Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, worn by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So while you resist, each night you hear the drums and more. Awaken, awaken, a voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you're chasing. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up. Reach for the summit. Visions break the one false step, lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead, beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
Take me, take me. and take me.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. How's my mic sounded tonight? Welcome to the LAS quarterfinals. We got ourselves a best of 5 going on tonight, and you guys voted for which match is going to be on tonight. So, without any further ado, a little further ado, we got to talk a little bit before we get going and before these teams are ready. We have on tonight is NSG versus PVE, the defending champions. I think this is going to be a fantastic game for all of us to watch here tonight, but I couldn't do it alone. Joining me on the desk today is going to be none other than the legendary Big Brain LRS champion as of last night, Can of Tin. How you doing, brother? I think he's here. That's a great intro, too. If you didn't hear that, it's going to be so sad. Oh, he did not. All right. Well, Can of Tin's going to be joining us in just a second as I speak into the void, but we do have this game going on this evening. There are no more buys at this point, so NSG getting that buy into the second week of playoffs, meaning they did not get to play last week. They got to do a little bit of scouting, and now PVE is coming in looking to keep their title going, but I think it's going to be not the easiest of matches. I think both these teams definitely have the ability to take games off of one another, but it all comes down to seeing what's going to be happening here. I'm seeing some hashtag NSG wins down in the chat there. I see you down there. I see you down there. Well, we are going to be getting this show on the road in just a few moments, ladies and gentlemen, but we just have to get these players into ready. Okay, we are ready to go. Just going to let Can know he's muted. But we do have the spectator ready to go, ready to start this one off. Believe he's with me now. Can, how you doing, brother?
Good, bro. I'm chilling. How you doing?
I'm excited to be casting, excited not to be literally imploding like I did last night. Oopsie doopsie.
It happens.
It does, but I'm feeling better, feeling ready to go on this one. And I do believe we have the draft link ready to go as well too. So I'm going to give these guys the ready check, and we're going to bounce off into draft. But let's check out who is going to be on the lineup for this first one tonight. Over on the side of NSG, we got Messy Melly up in the top lane, 874 in the jungle, Karma Divine in the mid lane, Jster, ADC, and Wolfie X as your supports. Over on the side of PvE, Rovare? I'm going to say it wrong all the time. Every single time he comes on, I say it wrong. Dallas in the jungle, Defly in the mid lane, Juanito Soul, and Mako down in the bot lane there for PvE. So we are ready to go for this one. About to start this one up, getting the ready checks from both sides here. And Tin, you and I were talking a little bit about red side, blue side. A lot of importance in this current patch, and especially in competitive fives when it comes to this draft.
Yeah, I mean, I just think red side's easier to play at our level of play because it's just the side where you get more counter picks, you get more favorable lane matchups, and then the early game will just be in your favor. Blue side's just important for priority picks, and it's only useful if you actually play those champions, and most of us don't really have giant champ pools where we can abuse every OP pick in the game. But going into draft, I think if I was PVE, I'd probably just ban Anivia, Olaf, Seraphine. And then if I was NSG, I'd probably go with Camille, Viego, and Jhin. But those are just my predictions before we actually get the ban started.
So many good picks. Few of these players too. I would say more to the side of PvE with that flexibility in their pools and positions. So it makes it pretty scary. But there we see the Camille coming in. One of those picks we were talking is one of Rovari's. I'm saying it wrong.
Rovari?
Rovari. Yeah, I know it's
with Rovari.
Rovari. I'm so sorry, Rowan. Anyways, Seraphine gets
call him Rowan.
Next
That works too.
We'll just call him Rowan. Yeah. Pike is also next to go. That is something that Mako can pick up there and whip out
So
the
they
bot
know
lane.
about Mako's Spike. Okay.
Clearly doing a little bit of homework before this game, which is very smart of them. The Karma, another good ban as well too. I mean, just all around great pick, that Karma, you know?
Viego goes down and then Olaf goes down. Okay, 4 out of 6. Yeah, 4 out of 6. That's not too bad.
That's really good. That's really good, Tin. But
Hell yeah.
oh, number 1, B1. We've seen it a bunch of times in that position too. But the Hecarim, the fast horse. That's you know what? Even though we talk about the advantage of having those draft picks that can be flexible, I think Hecarim is just a fantastic B1 pick. It just, if you're looking to be the ones initiating, to be the team that's proactive, that is the champ to do so. But same goes for these next 2 picks for PVE that just come in, Tin.
Set Diana's a really good combo for sure. Both picks are flexible, though Diana tends to just be jungle, and Set's probably best played top. I do know Mako plays Set as well, so it could be a support flex. Looking at NSG to probably just pick up Kai'Sa here. That seems to be their AD carry's most comfortable pick. Oh no, Anivia's not banned, right?
Oh yeah, that was
a really good pick. Yeah, very smart pick there, and just go with comfort, to be honest.
And that's, you know what? If you're ever in doubt, might as well go on something that you feel comfortable with. Speaking of, Wolfie and I seem to share a very comfort pick right there. It's the Nami coming in for them, answered with the Vel'Koz. Now we're going to get into the second round of bans, but to me, yes, we could potentially see that Set flex support, but when I see a Nami, and this is just from all my time playing her, the thing that scares me the most is a Blitzcrank. And it's really not fun putting yourself in a position where you could potentially have a Blitzcrank still come in. So could have they saved that Nami pick for later? I would think maybe so. And look for something that could be flex mid-top support, something that PVE seems to be doing right now, because even that Vel'Koz could be flex mid support too.
Yeah, I personally don't like the blind pick Nami. I feel like even if she gets banned away, like support counter pick is really important because supports determine bot lane a lot more than AD carries do. And then yeah, you're opening yourself up to like a Thresh, a Blitzcrank, a Nautilus. Any of those 3 should probably be picked up by PvE if they haven't already set their eyes on a support.
And don't get me wrong, like you can play it out safe. There have been cases where you can overcome the Blitzcrank if you are the Nami, but it makes you play incredibly safe in that lane. You tend to lose a lot of pressure, you give up waves, and if you're seeing what's being drafted so far in PvE, which is pretty dive heavy, you get forced back, and then the rest of that squad is going to be jumping on top of you. It really leaves you with nowhere to go, but the tidal wave can be really huge. The healing, depending on what ADC is picked here too, you know, with especially those hyper carries, you can just buff the ever-loving insert word here if if you really get those items going on Nami. It's fantastic. Ezreal, also a great pickup too. So let's see what these last 2 picks is. And then again, the red side, what you were talking about, the advantage of the counter pick here is going to be pretty huge, especially with all the flexibility coming through. Kai'Sa going to be picked up. I like that.
Why not just blind the Kai'Sa if you were going to pick her anyways? I feel like I don't know. I didn't think PvE would ban Kai'Sa, and I don't think AD carry counter pick matters that much, and so like they could have just blinded Kai'Sa. But we'll see what their last pick is. It's gonna be a top laner. I think Mordekaiser might be the move. Yep. Yeah,
absolutely. That's one of Melly's specials right there. He definitely gave me the goods one of our matches on his Mordekaiser. So I really like that. Again, you get to take somebody to the Shadow Realm, remove them from that fight, though. I think you got to be a little smart with this because there is a lot of damage on PvE. So if you're taking them, you better be quick about it, because I think these long drawn out fights, especially with the Set or Ezreal, can be really, really tough to deal with. And
you called the Gerf.
There it is.
The Blitzcrank. Really good pick this game. The only thing that really worries me might be like a Mordekaiser like ulting Blitz or Diana out of the team fights, which could be a problem because Mordekaiser does really well into PvE's front line. But I still like the Blitz pick. Everyone on their team, like there are 3 really hookable champions on their team.
I've been on both ends of these matchups before, and it really depends on how you play these out. I think the Kai'Sa can get into the face of Ezreal before he starts to come online, and that could potentially set the Kai'Sa up for those early snowballs. That's a lot of the time we see the success from Kai'Sa players is you're sending resources down towards that bot lane, you're getting kills on this Kai'Sa, and she becomes way too hard to deal with before your scaling comes online for, say, the Ezreal. We've seen that a little bit too in pro play too, the Kai'Sa being the answer to that Divine Sunder Ezreal, which was nobody seemed to have an answer for it. 11.13, 11.14, a little tuned down. He's a little bit more manageable, but as you get into the late game, if he's kiting you out, those Mystic shots can just ruin a team. They will 2-tap the Nami, if that, if we go to that point in the game. So I think for NSG, they need to get this rolling relatively early. Yes, they do have a little bit late game insurance with that Mordekaiser, but I think the overall team fight just becomes very heavily PvE favored as we move later into this game.
Yeah, I mean, if I was on the side of NSG, I would try to get my top lane as ahead as possible. Mordekaiser can easily take over this game in 1v9. Ezreal's like pretty ungankable, especially for Hecarim, so I don't see too much pressure going on the bot side. So yeah, that's what I'm expecting for the set of NSG. PvE, it's probably just going to get shoved in bot side. Top is pretty volatile, but I know it's a Mord favored matchup. I think Rovrise probably knows the matchup well enough because he plays both those champions to potentially win it. Expecting both junglers to probably just path towards top side.
Gonna be firing up this prediction soon. You might see a little something just because I'm completing the one from last night. So if you were in the stream last night, here's your tokens. But we're gonna be opening up this one soon too. And you know what? Is a best of 5. We're gonna see a lot of stuff from these two teams tonight. But this first game, honestly, I think it's really dependent on how this early game goes. If you have a big fat snowball coming in for this Kai'Sa for the side of NSG, I think they stand a very good chance of taking down this PvE squad. However, if PvE can kind of stall it out, get to the mid game, and both teams are even, again, that's where that late game staling is always going to have that advantage if you end up going even. So I think it's going to be very interesting watching these early paths as well too for the jungler, seeing, you know, you brought up a good point too, Tin, which is like top being a little bit easier to gank in those early stages of the game, but are you going to be able to put those resources in there? Can you afford not to be giving those Kai'Sa those early kills? But will you be able to execute those dives anyway with the Blitzcrank Ezreal? That's what makes it all the more interesting as we move through this draft.
Yeah, I mean, Pv's comp is kind of interesting because they have 2 strong engaged champions with Set Diana, and then they have a lot of pick potential with Vel'Koz Blitz, and then a lot of poke from Ezreal Vel'Koz, whereas NSG just kind of looks like a team fight comp with you have 2 divers in Hecarim and Kai'Sa, and then Mord can just take whoever he wants for a free 1v1 with Nami like in the back just healing and throwing her wave. Well, so 2 different win cons here. Well, I guess we'll have to see how it goes. Like, it's gonna go either way.
Yep, and I do have to just adjust a little something here as we had a little technical difficulty here. I'll get the right champions up on the board in just a second, guys, but predictions are currently open, so make sure to use those channel points. Bet on whatever team you think is going to win this first game, but it is a big series on the line. You know, these teams have come a long way in 9-week regular season. Now we're into the quarterfinals or second week of playoffs for these guys. It all comes down to this. So I think this first game is going to make a pretty big precedent for how tonight's series is going to go. But again, all those, I think I've said a lot of good, all the things I could possibly say. We just kind of got to leave it up to fate at this point, up to these teams, what's going to be coming out here. But you know, we can try and make predictions about, you know, possible dragons, what might be happening with that. But you know, from what I've seen, a lot of the times red side has been getting, you know, they just generally have a little bit of prio considering pit is just right on their end. But I think with this one, that Blitzcrank hook is going to be very scary. I think NSG really need to watch out for getting hit with that early on. They need to get their wards up, and they cannot be checking on these points without having that vision prio to going in for objectives. So same goes for PvE. If they want to make those picks happen, if they want that Blitzcrank to be a threat, they need to be proactive on the boarding game too, which means we need to see people stepping up, fighting for vision, fighting for control over those very, very important areas like the Dragon Pit, Baron Pit, you name it.
So I think this Blitzcrank could honestly just win the game for PvE if he just hooks the right champions at the right time. There's really not much NSG can do about it.
You said it too, right? The Kaisa, the Nami, the Anivia, any one of those three get hit with a hook, they're gonna get blown to Kingdom Come. It's really gonna be hard for them to survive, especially if they're pulled into a clump around a dragon fight, something like that. That is not gonna be ideal. So they gotta really watch those hooks. I know, and this is speaking from experience of being the Nami, getting hit in the face with that rocket grab. It's not fun. You disappear like that. I would expect Mako to probably be running the Ignite this game. Just go for the all-out aggressiveness. And yeah, honestly, in these laning phases too, if Mako and Juanito Soul are able to hit level 2 first, I'd be going all in looking for either one of those two champions. I mean, at least you're going to be burning a flash or two. So I would say for both teams, they want to get this ball rolling nice and early. But any final thoughts before we head off onto our break tin?
I think I'm gonna put some coins on PvE this one, you know? I think I'm gonna place my bet on PvE and we'll see what happens.
Well, I see the right now it's 83 to 17% in favor of NSG for this first one. So we'll see. We'll see if Tin, you're gonna get a little bit of a payout there, but right now the Twitch crowd has favored NSG for this first game. We'll have to see if it shakes out the way they've predicted. But we are gonna be hopping into a real quick break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, we'll be on the Rift for game number 1. So we'll see you real soon. Go get a snack, go take a break, do whatever you gotta do, but be back here, and we'll see ya on the Rift. Hello, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to, well, game one of the night between NSG and PVE. We've got a best of 5 series on our hand. It's quarterfinals, baby, and let's see what's about to go down here. As I'm smelling shenanigans, Tin. They are gonna know he's there though, spotted out by that ward. That was placed just a little earlier by Faz? Wait a minute. Realizing I might have had the wrong name up on there. Sorry, Faz, about your draft on stream. We'll get it fixed up for next one. But after that, I mean, you might as well go fishing a little bit. They're going to move back to a little bit more of a defensive position. And looks like, yeah, pretty standard stuff from here on out. But I think what you and I were talking about in our break was keeping an eye on the top lane and keeping an eye on the junglers, where they're going to be pathing towards. And we might have our sights set up on this top lane, but again, it's who's the most proactive, who's going to be rotating together as a squad. That's where we see these teams finding their success. But in we go to this game. The buffs have been started. We are going to see an Infernal Dragon in about 3.5 minutes, but I'm not seeing anything too out of the question here to start this game, Tin. And keep an eye on Mako, though. He's going to be always fishing for a hook. And I think once we get into this game, I have that feeling, that funny feeling that comes in when I know there's a storm brewing, Tin. And I feel like we might have a bloody game on our hands. We might have a bloody night on our hands. But level 2 is going to get hit first by PVE. Oh, they're going to find the hook on the Wolfie. Flashes away. Ignite is coming down as well, too. But That's what we were talking about. Already one of those sums down. Actually, two, the exhaust was used as well.
Way instead of also using exhaust. Maybe they thought, Wolfie thought he could get away with only using the exhaust, but it's a level 2 to 1 advantage. I don't think so.
Shout out to Firepig for reminding me Streamlabs has buttons. Anyways, Tin, your mic's hot now. I'm sorry, buddy. All right.
It's all good.
Okay, we are good now, but no first blood yet. 3 minutes into this game, we are getting closer to that first dragon point, and I think honestly, either of these teams are going to benefit massively from an early Inferno. Well, I say massively. It'll be nice. It would be a nice little thing to have that early Infernal. We're going to see a little bit of trading actually going on between Melly and Rovari. Rovari? I was told last time. Rovari. Rowan. We're just going to call him
Rowan. Just call him Rowan.
Just Rowan.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to be found up there, but you can see both the junglers were kind of hovering towards that top side. You do have Dallas starting up the scuttles too, which is going to be quite nice.
Hecarim recalling. I don't know if he's going to make it to bot scuttle in time, but I think he understood that, yeah, there was no way in. There was no chance he gets top scuttle with the way mid and top are going right now.
Ooh, Melly flashing up on top too, getting out of that haymaker range, and we'll live for now, but we're seeing the start of those summoners being used to stay alive or try and find something big. Gotta keep our eyes on Dallas here. Hovering around mid, but this might just be the double scuttles being picked up for PVE, which is gonna be massive, especially with that dragon coming up in 45 seconds.
Yeah, I think just a bit of miscommunication on the side of NSG. Like, I don't know if Hecarim didn't expect Dallas to path topside, but his ball lane went for a cheater recall, which meant he wouldn't have any prow for bot scuttle anyways. So yeah, that's a free double scuttle for Dallas.
See, a little bit of CS differential starting to accumulate here, but look at Rowan going on to Melly. Will he be able to find a big haymaker flash? That's first blood picked up for PVE, and oh man, that's some geometry set right there. Doran's Blade. I thought I just had a brain fart there. It is Doran's Blade is picked up too, so it might be that math set. Mako's gonna go a little bit wide on that hook, but oh boy. What a way to start it off with math set coming in. Do you go Triforce on him? Because we do see the Hearthbound Axe already picked up.
That's either Triforce or Stridebreaker.
Yes.
Or also Wit's End, but I think that's very unlikely for set. But yeah, Melly kind of looking inexperienced in this matchup. Like, as Mord, you really don't want to go for the long trades. You just want to Q poke whenever it's up, and then maybe save your W if set tries to like hit you with his W. Like chat said, like apparently set wins early, so yeah, as Mord, you just want to hit first item as soon as possible and try to keep up it in CS.
But even with that happening, we do see these members of NSG going to pick up this Infernal Drag. Don't believe that Dallas is going to be here in time to contest this one, as Smite's going to be coming through in just a second here. Yeah, nice wall from Karma Divine as well too. Just say, no thanks Dallas, we don't want any of that business here. So early drag for NSG. We're going to see a cloud up in 5, which means mountain or ocean at some point in this game. But for now, we'll just have to keep watching how this early game unfolds. And I want to go back to that point about the CS differential that we're starting to see. Yeah, ADCs have leveled out just a little bit. Faz has caught back up. But top lane, jungle, mid, we're all starting to see those gold leads creep up a little bit more. And Rowan going to be going on Melly once again, just pummel him with those fists. The Conqueror stacks we see with those last couple of blows just doing so much.
Getting that first kill makes lane really unplayable for Mord, especially being down 30 CS this early in the game. There's really not much he can do to him. I'm pretty sure Set can even 1v2 if Hecarim comes.
That's what gets scary about the set, the fact that, yeah, he's just gonna soak a bunch of damage, but as long as he has his W up, oh man, you better not be in the line of that thing. It's terrifying. Anyways,
Sure.
We do have a little bit of a gank going on in the mid lane as in comes 874. The flag going to be caught out, stunned up, tries to flash away, but nice wall from Karma once again. Can he make it out of this? Oh, he's going to get just out of range, but finally taken down. Karma Divine will pick up that kill there, so nice little gank coming through for NSG.
That gank should not have worked. The flash should have just insta-flashed. I don't know what he was holding it for. Holding it for next game, I guess. But The Hearthbound Axe first item, that's an interesting purchase. I would have preferred him to just get the Iron Spike Whip, or if he's going for Trinity Force, just get the Sheen. Like, those are much bigger spikes earlier in the game. You don't really feel the move speed from Hearthbound Axe, especially when, like, you already have move speed from Unset.
Maybe it's something big brain. He's picking up the movement speed in case he decided to send that Hecarim up there, and then he can just maneuver around it. I don't know. But, no, I think you're right. If you're already looking to win out in these trades, just keep piling on the damage. I mean, he does have 15 AD and attack speed, so it's not the worst. Not the worst that we could have seen. But another two and a half or so minutes until we see this next Drake on the map. I haven't seen a lot of attention given on over to this Herald, and hoping we do soon, but look at the trading coming out for Rowan up there. You see that Conquer stack, though, from Melly. You're right, those Q pokes is definitely where he has to look for a little bit more frequently than what we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, now that he's finally level 6, he can feel a little bit safer that he can't really get tower dove unless that one-shots him. Because, yeah, if you tower dive him more, you're just going to get 10% of your stats taken and probably blown up. But Rowan just kind of hard shoving in. I don't really like that unless he's trying to get Prow for Herald. Like, you could probably just try to set up a freeze against Meliodas, because there's really not much a Mord can do to stop that freeze.
Won't be bad to look for Herald right now, but he will continue to pressure on in. 874 did make a little rotation to the bot side of the map, but was not able to find anything. Well, I mean, Bonito's flash is down, so that could be huge, but take a look at this top lane. You were just talking about the dive here. You might see it about to go down. Melly about to get jumped on by Dallas and Rowan here going on in the Moonfall. Going to be coming down, but into the Delta Realm they go, and Rowan's going to be taken out by Melly. That's going to be one. Can he find the Diana? The Moonfall is not. Oh, it's going to be used right there. One more tap. Dallas is able to do it. Oh, and he barely makes it out with his life too. Those tower shots were getting a little bit risky, but they end up going 1-for-1, so not the worst at the end of the world. Both top laners going to be traded out.
Yeah, it's still worth for Rowan just because there's a huge wave that Melly's missing right now. They definitely could have played that dive better. I think if Set just started off the fight with an ult, there was no way Melly would have time to... Okay, fight in the bot lane.
Bot lane though, flashes, tidal waves, that's going to be the disengage coming through for the side of NSG. Maybe looking to go back in again if PVE overplay their hand, but we've actually got a little skirmish between our junglers going on up here. Dallas has to watch out for those Conqueror stacks because 874 just going to chop him down with that big old Hecarim Max. Holy moly. Kill picked up for NSG. We're 3-2 on the board. Gold lead, though, in favor of PVE at this point. And again, my attention's brought back to that CS lead that they're creating for themselves here. And it's starting to show a little bit on that scoreboard.
Yeah, both top laners kind of just like were a little too trigger happy with their teleports there, especially Melly. Like, I don't think there was any fight that was going to happen after that Nami wave stopped the set. He could have went top and picked up like a bit of that CS deficit, but now it looks like it's getting even worse. He's not even close to top lane right now, and Set's about to take another play.
Yeah, but he is down here looking for this dragon, so you know what? Maybe conceding a little bit of XP and gold to help his team on out here as they're going to look to get themselves their second Drake of the game, and we'll see if there's going to be any contention about this. It is going down pretty fast here. Karma Divine rotating over as well too, and this one's just going to be picked up by them. No contention, but we are going to see an Ocean Soul this game, so attention PVE shifting their attention a little bit more towards these Ocean Drags as they start to come up, but 874 is going to get a little bit of poke out. You were talking about plates though, Tin. The whole the whole top tower is gone, dude. And in the bottom lane, Onslaught of Shadows trying to be used to escape. A Mako gonna use the rocket grab, pulls him back, and Dallas secures the kill. Holy moly! Now we're back up to tied, 3-3 on the board.
Yep. I don't really like the way PV's playing the objective game right. Like, they kind of just give away 2 dragons without taking it. Well, I obviously Set took the top turret, but never mind bot fight.
So running away when Angel Soul gets hit with the tidal wave. Faz looking to go on in. Does have the killer instinct up in a little bit, but he doesn't even need it. He's just gonna shred down one Angel Soul. And Mako knows he's got to get running for the hills. So NSG taking back that kill advantage and putting some gold onto the Kaisa, which I think is a must needed kill for NSG.
For sure. Yeah, so I was just saying, I don't really like how Dallas is just giving up the first 2 dragons without really getting anything in return. The advantage Set has was mostly created by himself. I think Dallas had many opportunities to take a Herald or apply pressure somewhere other than top.
We're not going to see another dragon for 3.5 here, but Herald is on the board, and the way that that top side is pushing, I mean, wouldn't be a bad idea to just toss the Herald onto Rowan there, but we're going to see an attempted dive here onto the mid lane. Karma Divine does have the passive up and ready to go, but we're going to see the Glacial Storm coming on through. Locked on down. Dallas has got, double turret shots taken there, and he's just going to get taken out by Karma. That was very questionable. Very questionable on that one. The fly will hit him with a Q, but I don't know about that one.
No, that was just int. They didn't even wait for Vel'Koz to shove the wave in. They had no plan at all. And Nivea had eggs still. What did they think was going to happen?
Oh
and now
boy.
that's dead on my screen.
Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know if Rowan's got anywhere to go right now. Let's see if this set farming and has been paying off. That haymaker, oh my god, is going to bring that Anivia down into the egg form, but not before they are taken out. However, on the bot side of the map, another kill picked up here, as I believe it is. Yeah, it did go over to Juanito's soul there, so 1 for 1 across the map, but that's not a fortunate place to be if you're set just getting clobbered down like that. And with that though, Tin, NSG's gonna go ahead and start up this Herald.
Yeah, I mean, the way this game is being played, it looks like PV has the better individual players, but NSG's just playing way better as a team. Like, PV is getting out-rotated in every single way possible. The only reason they have a gold lead is because of the mechanical difference between the top laners right now.
You're gonna see Melee doing a little bit of damage to this top turret, but not too much right now. Currently only 1 turret has been taken. It was in that top side, but with the Herald, NSG maybe looking to get themselves a little bit of turret damage down, maybe even get a turret for themselves. If they wanted to send it to this mid lane, there is a little bit of damage on it already. I don't think it'd be enough to actually finish it off, but it'd be enough to potentially pull that pressure off of the Dragon. If they're able to get a soul here at, what's it going to be, 16 minutes? That would be huge for NSG.
Yeah, that's pretty much, that would probably be game over for PV, because no one really builds anti-heal.
Oh, let's see it though. Mako on the chase. He's going to be chunked down quite a bit. He's got to run right now. Faz is on the run. That's going to be 2-shot barrage. Somehow it didn't hit Faz there, as Juanito's Soul doing his best to kite on back, but Mako taken out.
I think the Nami heal hit him at the exact same time the Ezreal ult did. Yeah.
Neutralized it right there with that Nami W.
Yeah. But yeah, this Ocean Soul would be huge for NSG. There's no one on PvE that really builds anti-heal like well in their kit. Like mages don't like building anti-heal because Morel is a terrible item. Ezreal most of the time only hits 1 target at a time, and then Set and Blitz just get Bramble, so if you don't auto-attack them, you should be fine for the most part.
Fly comes very close to taking out that mid tower. Still needs to deal with that Anivia Glacial Storm. Yep, that's the one. That thing is going to start to hurt, especially the fact that Karma is running the Electrocute. Makes it even that much more scary, but Rowan looking for another turret up here. He's going to be taken to the Death Realm there as Melly trying to trade out, getting some shields, but not playing, overplaying that hand. Oh my goodness, Mako almost finds Wolfie there. That would have been certain death if he found him. But a lot of ults available. Ocean Drake is on the map. TP is coming through from both top laners here. But it is going to be Rowan who shows up first.
Briefing.
A little bit deeper right now, but look at Dallas going in, popping the Moonfall, trying to find someone in that backline. He's going to get taken out. Melly's in the pit right now, but look at Faz on the chase, trying to get that Kaisa damage out. Rowan will find one. Haymaker almost taking down Karma, but he's going to get hit by the Dragon. Karma gets the kill credit for that one. And we are at a 3-4 advantage right now for NSG. They're going to start to walk on in. Still, they got to be careful for the disintegration ray. 874 killed before the onslaught of shadows can make it there. Mako going to be healed on out, but taken down. It's a double kill for the Fly. Can they finish it off? The Fly picks up another. The Fly looking for a quadra kill here. Holy moly, he does it. And just like that, will the Dragon finish him off? No, he survives with 9 health. Oh my god.
that fight was just very interesting across the board.
Oh,
It
yes,
starts
was.
off with Rowan TPing in like to a safe ward spot, and then Melly completely griefing his TPing into a pit surrounded by 5 PVE members, but Dallas for some reason feels the need to engage over the wall when Meliodas was just a free kill right there. They should have taken that kill and then forced the engage after. And now it looks like Dallas is dead.
Oh boy, Dallas looking for it right now, but he's getting absolutely pincered off right now. Still able to get the dragon, but I do believe he's going to lose his life for this one. That hook is not going to connect as Dallas trying to make the great escape right now. Can he do it? I think he's going to be able to. My goodness. See if a Void
Jesus,
Seeker
man.
can... I know, right? Oh my god. Herald is going to be popped in the bot lane, so this tier 1 is going to be taking a decent amount of damage, but in the top half, Rowan does manage to take down that tier 2 top lane, and Mako right now on the chase for Faz. He is going to pincer him off into the alcove. You got nowhere to go, and DeFly going to get his 5th of the game. PVE, even though the kills are tied right now, you see that gold lead crossing to about that 5 kill, well, let's say 4.5 at this point. But these fights, even though they're extremely close, just ever so slightly PVE favored.
Yeah, I think NSG just decided they don't want to win anymore. Really don't know what happened. They were playing so well together earlier, and then that dragon fight plus the picks that they just got, plus it's tier 2 tower going down, their macros kind of just really fallen off.
Oh boy, DeFly getting jumped on right now by 874. I don't know if he's got anywhere to go. Onslaught of Shadows is going to be used as well too, and the shutdown gold going over to the NSG jungler. So, you know what? Take that. That's pretty worth here, but...
Yeah, 10 stacks gone from his Medjais.
Ooh. Ooh. That does not feel very good. If you're that bursty mage. I mean, yeah, DeFly's been doing a lot of damage, but definitely going to be cut down a little bit after that death. Let's see, though. Mako doesn't have anyone with him to look for a pull, so if he if he accidentally finds himself a Hecarim, I don't think he's going to be too happy about that.
Oh, backing off. He realizes he's at a disadvantage with 3 people in the mid lane on the side of NSG and only 2 for PvE. Kinda griefing right now.
Oh, they're just doing the little dance right now, dancing around. See if they can find anybody. This could be really risky, though. They're going for Karma, but the rest of NSG are here. Tidal Wave's going to come through. Going to go a little wide. That's going to be exhaust onto Winged Soul. Mako with the flash on now. Killer Instinct in from Faz to find one. Mako's going to be next to go down as 874 picks him off and picks off Winged Soul, sorry. But 2 members of PvE fallen just like that, and I think maybe a little bit of overplaying their hand there, a little bit of greed might just cost them the Baron here, Tin.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mako saw Nami and Hecarim over the wall when he placed that ward. I don't know what he thought was going to happen when he engaged on Anivia. I'm pretty sure the flag can ult them off of Baron. I think
possibly.
If he just uses it, sooner or later.
Gonna have to use it. Rowan is dealing with this bot side right now. Disintegration Ray is coming through, but it's not enough to finish that off.
I think if he just used his ult a lot earlier, just for the damage instead of using it on Baron.
Yeah, they had the reduce. They had what was it? What's the reduction from the Baron? If you're getting
It's
hit
MR and armor and MR reduction.
Yeah.
It stacks over time.
Yeah.
So it could have been up to like 50 MR reduced, depending how long they were tanking for. And I think that would have been more than enough to peel the Hecarim off of the Baron.
Quite possibly. I mean, Nami only has 1 heal, but right now, speaking of Nami, this is the caveat of playing against the Blitzcrank. You get pulled once. The rest of the team's going to get you, but the showstopper coming in from Rowan. Can he do it? No, he's taken down. Faz will somehow survive out of that. True Shot Barrage comes ripping on through from Winged Soul, but nice pull again from Mako. The silence is going to come on out. Can he find anybody here? Dallas is caught out in the Death Realm. As soon as he comes out, he's going to be immediately attacked by 874. Mako's taken down next, and PVE losing a very important fight there as we start to see the gold lead is closing just a little bit, but it's still up there for PVE.
I like the idea of what they were trying to do. They were trying to get rid of as many Barons as possible so they can't buff up multiple waves. Unfortunately, losing out the fight, I think the set just committed way too hard after the first kill. Could have just backed off. instead of ulting the Hecarim into the Kaisa. But I see the angle he was looking for. Couldn't quite get it though.
Well, let's.
But yeah, this Ocean's probably going to NSG. I don't see PV getting it. Actually, Mortality is down and Subtlety is coming up faster, so I take that back. I think PV is actually in a better position to take this drag.
Let's see how it is though. Ocean Drag up right now. Potential soul point for NSG once again. Dallas was able to find the last one. See the double control wards in the back brush there. But in come NSG looking for it right now. Glacier Storm's going to come out maybe a little bit early. Dallas is able to pick this one up. Big tidal wave coming on through, but the showstopper going to be used for Rowan right now as down comes the True Shot Barrage. NSG with low health bars there. Disintegration Ray trying to take care of this Hecarim, but the fly going to get jumped on next. He goes golden quick. Moonfall dropping on down from Dallas, but he will fall. Juanito's Soul caught on out in the Glacial Storm. He's eviscerated, and PVE losing out on the fight. They still find Dragon, but NSG still on the chase. Onslaught of Shadows is going to be popped. 874 underneath this tower will still find one, and Mako is the last man standing here for PVE. NSG, even though they were looking a little shaky there, starting to come back here, Tin.
Yeah, I don't think PV could have played that fight worse. Set uses his W to start the fight, so he doesn't have it to do any damage to the backline, and then he ults Hecarim into the middle of nowhere. Doesn't get any damage off on his ult into the backline of NSG. The Fly's sitting in the middle of the pit channeling ult on 2 champions while he's getting hit by backline, and then Juanito flashes into the fight to die. So yeah, I don't know what got in PV's head there, but hopefully they don't do that again.
I believe a Hecarim axe got in their head there is what just happened. 874 has been playing this very, very well. I would like to bring a little attention to this player too. Getting extremely scary. We see the Sunderer finish. We see, I believe it's, the Sterix gauge built. And a part of what might look to be a Spirit Visage as well too, which is honestly a great answer to Diana and the Valkaz. He's getting really beefy out there. Really, really beefy. And it's really hard to even slow this guy down. So I don't know what the answer to this Hecarim is going to be. As we might be seeing a little bit of deja vu in this top lane. Tin. This is
Yep, no vision, split pushing.
all too familiar again. Showstopper to get Rowan on out, but the Onslaught of Shadows fears him back to the rest of these members of NSG. Big haymaker coming through, but is it going to be enough? PVE trying to show up, but I think they're going to leave this set to his fate. As
Yeah, probably didn't need to Mortality, but you know, just wanted the kill for himself, I guess. Actually, he didn't even get the kill. It was Hecarim.
kill confirmed. 874 picks up another one. 8th of the game there for him. And we're seeing, even though, you know, this was seven towers to none not too long ago, NSG able to pick up 4. 21 kills to 12. We are tied with Dragons. But this is honestly, we're starting to see NSG really swing these fights back into their favor. And this is being a little scary for PvE. What is the answer to this insane dive that's coming out from this Hecarim?
You just need a really good set ulti, to be honest. Like, I don't really like the way Rowan's playing set right now. Like, he's playing to like split push. He has a hull breaker already, and that item's essentially useless in team fights because you can't get the passive off, which is the strong part of the item. I think Asterix probably should have been the way to go, because when you build that item, you're telling the other 9 players on the map that you're not grouping, or if you are grouping, you're just wasting the item. But like you mentioned, the Hecarim's like the most consistent player I've seen so far in this game. He's the only one that hasn't really had any major ints, whereas every other player on the map definitely has.
There's definitely been a couple questionable moments tonight, but you say that, Tin. I might have cast a curse him a little bit, but give him the benefit of the doubt. He's been playing really well tonight. Let's see how this is about to go. TB actually is coming in from Anivia, so she's going to join the rest of her team. Baron up in 8 seconds as well, too. So let's see if there's going to be an immediate start as backs potentially faking the backs right now, but caught out in a little bit of an awkward spot, so we are going to see the Shirelius pop. Mako's caught on out. In goes 874. True Shot Barrage is going to be popped. A nice big tidal wave. And look at the back line. It's Faz there with the killer instinct. He's trying to get away. The Fly's trying to keep him out. Dallas caught in the middle of 4, and he's just going to be bopped on the head by Melly, taken on down. Oh my goodness. Well, 1 kill picked up. I can't seem to zoom back in. Oh, there we go. But looks like Baron. No, they can't do it right here. This is still a little too risky. But look at the damage coming on out over the wall. Mako will find the pull. Rofari trying to find something out. I think I actually said it right that time, but.
Yeah, PVE looks really lost when they're setting up these team fights. Like, you've committed Set to being a split pusher. Let him split push. Like, push out a wave before you group Baron. Both of the side lanes are pushing towards PVE. That's just a ton of golden XP being lost and no pressure on the map. Obviously, NSG is going to have the better 5v5, and you're kind of just playing into their win con instead of your own. I think this dragon's also going to go to NSG.
Let's see it. Yeah, that dragon is spawning up now as well, too. I expect we might have another big fight coming up in just a little bit, but let's see. Ults are available for all except for the Kai'Sa and Mordekaiser, so let's see if they can still get it done without those two pretty important ults we've seen so far, but Bubble is going to go a little wide. We're going to see the set pull on in. Dragon is going to go to PvE, pulling on these members of NSG, but look at Faz doing the big damage. Onslaught of Shadows is going to be used. One need a soul. One more health. Oh, Bari's taken down. Rovari trying to run away as well, too, but it's a triple kill for Faz on that Kai'Sa. That is where you want your gold to be at this point in the game. Let's see if Melly can do it here. He was harassed, and now he gets his revenge for all that time spent up in the top lane. Oh boy, NSG starting to roll over PvE, and we see the gold lead shift in hands too. And attention also being given over to this Baron. Oh boy.
Yeah, Set basically only has 2 items right now with the way he's playing. Has gotten 0 value out of the Hullbreaker so far. He's side lane for maybe like 30 seconds since he's gotten the item, so basically gave Mordekaiser.
Oh my god. I mean, there was some good damage coming down to 874, but Faz, beautiful Void Seeker, finds out to fly. And he's just gonna hunt him down.
Yep. If you just take a look at the gold now, like, Mordekaiser is only 1k down on Set. I don't think there's much Set can do to them in team fights anymore. And then Hecarim's leading the way with Hecarim and Kai'Sa leading the way with about 13k each.
It's definitely looking a little shaky for PV. I would give them this one thing though, the fact that they have managed to get 3 Ocean Drakes straight, even though NSG's been doing this for the past about, I would say, 7 or 8 minutes. If they're able to pick up Soul, I think in these extended team fights they stand a little bit more of a chance, but you know, those last few kills picked up for Kai'Sa, you can see 3 full items built. Zerkers are ready to go, has the last Whisper built up too. Faz is really starting to hurt now.
Yeah. He did go an interesting build. Usually when you go for the Kraken Phantom Dancer combination, that's when you're not diving backline, but I feel like she has just been diving backline a lot. Probably could have went for Gale Force Collector instead. Either way, like, you can't really go wrong with Kai'Sa items. So, like, he's gonna hurt like a truck either way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Do you see that Rowan back up again in this top lane? Melly kind of chasing him out as Mako will chase down these other 4 members in the mid lane from NSG and just under the threat of that hook. I mean, I saw it in chat. There could be potential Blitz hook win con here if Mako's able to find that Kai'Sa or Nivea and blow them up extremely fast. I mean, that could be potentially massive here for PvE and turning these fights back into their favor.
Yeah, and I'm also pretty sure Melly just wins these 1v1s now, because even though Set gets the armor and MR from Hullbreaker, Melly can just steal that. So you're basically giving your opponent more resistances anyways. I think Rowan's starting to realize that he can't bully him anymore.
Oh, it's so tempting too. It's got to be feeling a little frustrating too. Opening up that bottom inhibitor side, and it's just sitting there, knowing that you have a split push angle, but you just haven't been able to execute it. Just that's just not in the books for them right now. So their eyes definitely got to be set down there. I mean, we've seen Rivari try to push along this top half for a little bit, but Melly's just doing a good job of answering him, and all it's really doing now is delaying that time until this dragon comes up, and this could be potentially huge for both teams. If NSG can stop them and find an ace, that could potentially just even be the game. If PVE can find this dragon, they have the chance of hanging on for a little bit longer, stand a better chance at this next Baron fight too.
Yeah, PV's just really getting punished by their terrible early game, to be honest. Like not having to wait another like couple minutes for soul when they could have had it earlier. Just if they just coin flipped one of the first 2 dragons, this game could be greatly in their favor, but they have to risk dying at another dragon fight in order to get soul.
Not a lot of vision from both sides coming into this. We are going to see NSG taking that path towards potentially the try here, looking to wrap around from the bottom half of this river. But Melly again taking Rover Eye to the death realm. Going to go golden as soon as he sees the Haymaker come on out. Still trading on up, and Rowan's going to be forced away from this one. Going to back, potentially looking to rejoin with his team here, but both top laners have TP anyways. So if we do see them
What
match
Melly
each
was
other-
afraid of. He could have just ran the set down, forced him to like flash or something.
Probably
He was
set.
clearly winning that fight, but yeah, no, he's
Hook on the 874, but a big tidal wave going to interrupt the disintegration ray. 874 somehow making it out alive, but the true shot barrage will catch him on the derriere. Faz getting chased down as well too. Mako Hook going to go a little wide there. Voidseeker coming on in. Melly though with the triple bonk, but he's shredded down low. Faz going for that back line, going to be flashing out to safety. Melly taking down the set in that fight. We got ourselves a 4v4. PVE health bar is looking pretty low. Look at Dallas though, still sitting on that back brush. I don't think he was spotted on that. Could potentially look for a dive here as members of NSG looking to go on in. Dallas still sitting in the back. Melly spotting him out though. Karma going to be able to take down Mako as PVE forced to peel on off. That will be the dragon picked up for PVE, so they do claim the soul, but they lose a few members in the process. This is a crazy game. 110 we got on our hands.
Yeah, I mean Dallas being able to hide in that bush without being spotted for a long time was really good for PVE. They get the soul now, but they only have 2 champions to defend for the next 10 seconds until set gets there. They should be fine for the most part. I think if Vel'Koz really wants to, he can just ult the wave.
He does have that disintegration ray ready, but he'll just back on off. We do see the Baron coming up in 40 seconds. And I think this is going to be... I don't know, is it a must fight here for PvE? Do they need to fight for this Baron? Because what's really catching my attention is the Elder that's up in 5 minutes. I think that's even larger than the Baron.
So actually with this Ocean Soul, I think they can start setting set bot lane now and just like having him create pressure, forcing Mordekaiser to match him, because now neither top laner has TP. Without Mordekaiser being the fight for NSG, I actually think that's good for PvE, because he's becoming a huge problem with him for them. If he just gets a good hook on one of those PvE frontline, like I don't think there's much they can do to stop him.
See though, Purple Worm on the board right now. Faz is on his way to join these members of NSG, and Melly again being the threat at the front line there. You do not want to hook this Mordekaiser at all. You see the control board go up, but oh my goodness, that's a risky try. Take for the red that pink ward, but still managing to find it. Sorry, control ward. I know we're in season 11 now, but sometimes go back to my old ways.
Yeah, I think Melly can honestly just ult anyone except for Ezreal, and he can kill them.
Ezreal
Ezreal
be
might,
careful walking
like,
up
just
all the
kite him up.
Shirelles, the onslaught of shadows into this one though. Look at the tidal wave whipping through these members of PvE. They're going to be dropping like flies. The killer instinct to go in as well too. Mako taken to the death realm by Melly, going to be pulled back in. Now exposed to the rest of the team and immediately shredded down. It's a 3-0. The Baron going to be picked up here by NSG as well too. Oh my goodness. Not going to be very good for PvE. This is going to be tough.
Nope, I think NSG guarantee gets an inhib off this. If they get picks on the setter, Ezreal could be the rest of the game.
Voidseeker almost landing on a Winnie the Soul there, so luckily he will make it out. We may see something quite interesting here, because Rover Eye is all the way in the bot side right now. Inhibitor will be taken, like you said, but NSG just going to play it safe, back on off. And we will have to wait until this Elder comes on the board, because I think that might be the final nail in the coffin for either one of these two teams. I mean, just based on the amount of fighting that's been going on this game, you see 46 kills in a 37-minute game. more than a kill a minute. It's been spicy.
Yeah, PV is super fortunate that they have Ocean Drake or Ocean Soul right now, because if any of their 4 dragons went the way of NSG, I think this game would be over.
Well, let's see if they can hold on. That decently large gold lead that PVE had is now just completely blown out of the water by NSG. They're up about 8k gold here. But we are getting to that point of the game where we're seeing these champions hit level 18. Well, at least for NSG side. The builds as well too, starting to round out. At this point, this is one big team fight that can really decide the entire thing, and this is a little scary for the set to be that far shoved up. I'm surprised they didn't just jump on him right there.
Yeah, don't know what PV is doing. They shouldn't be shoving mid lane now.
There they go. They're jumping on Rowan top. 4 members strong. Nowhere to go. Faz going to pick up the kill. True Shot Barrage comes on through. With that, top tier 2 and just going to be melted away here. As NSG going to look to push on here on the top side. Looking to potentially end this game. Dallas is going to be getting the back as well too. Disintegration Ray coming out, but those Baroned up minions are going to be so hard to kill. Caught in the Glacial Storm, Defly has nowhere to go. Tidal Wave is going to be hitting Juanito's Soul, but immediately Vel'Koz is taken out. Dallas caught in the midst of it, and PVE is getting just blown up here in their base. There will be that last hook with the flash away from Faz there. Mako flashes to get away from that massive Anivia wall. NSG looking to finish this one up here, pushing onto these Nexus turrets. There goes one, and the next one's just about to go after that. These purpled up minions are going to be helping out quite a bit, but onto the Nexus, NSG will go, and game 1 will be going on over to this blue side team.
Yeah, I mean, NSG just played like the better team in that game. PV just played like a bunch of solo queue players and expected to win by having better mechanics or something.
That
Well
was
deserved, though.
a little, how we say, messy at times. This is honestly, there was a few moments on both sides. I would say the cleanest player, that go back to your point, Tin, about this Hecarim, just really consistent throughout the entire thing. We saw lots of good stuff back and forth from these teams, but you know, it was a couple of very questionable fights from PVE come the mid-late game, and it just put them in a terrible spot to finish off any of these Barons, or just even take towers, or work into their team objective, which is allow set to go for a split push. So I just think they set themselves up for a really bad place to be going into that late game.
Yeah, I don't know. PV's macro was god awful. I don't think they had a single plan of what they were supposed to do or what they wanted to do, and if they did, they definitely didn't execute it properly.
Well, that is going to be game 1 for NSG, folks. So predictions are completed. We are going to be going to break real soon. And just a reminder for tonight, we're going to be doing player of the series. So at the end of the night, we'll have a vote up for our winning team, and you guys will get to vote based off of that. But for now, we're cutting a break, and we will see you in 5 minutes. So make sure to stick around for this one. I was kind of jamming to that jam. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in currently our quarterfinals for LAS Premade. Tonight is PVE versus NSG, and currently NSG are up 1 game over PVE, but it looks like we have the main roster back for PVE now, so let's see if that is going to make the difference here. Again, a lot of good stuff from both teams in Game 1, a lot of questionable stuff from both teams in Game 1. In the end, though, it's NSG that take it in that, I would say it was almost a 40-minute game, if not more than that, Tin.
Yeah, let me check actually.
I
I have no way of checking. I wasn't in the match. I think 40 is a good estimate though, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, that definitely was a long one, because we started to see the level 18s come in. Big fight for NSG at the end, and they just absolutely wiped PVE off the map there. But we'll have to see if anything changes here in game number 2, but I do believe we are ready to go for draft. So let's flip it on back over here. PVE with side selection game 2 have gone for blue side, so check it out.
Yep, hopefully PvE realizes that Anivia is actually worth banning this time and not Karma or Seraphine. But I understand that Seraphine and Karma are both flexible to the support position, but if they go mid, you can pick any scaling mid and just free farm against those two. They also made a couple role swaps, didn't they?
Yes, they had Mako down as support, Defly as mid. Dallas and Roverai are still going to be jungle top there, but I mean, that's all positions that they played before. I know Mako's a flex player, Dallas a flex player as well too, and Defly's been bringing out a little bit of his mid as well. But Salt Spreader is a support to the core. He is just made for this role. An absolute monster down there. He's a massive enabler for this team, and I think this is going to be quite nice to see, because it does play into what these players are able to do. Defly, if he gets a lead, man, this player, he can definitely run away with it if given. And Mako, the champ pool in the mid lane does become a little bit scary, especially with those flex picks that they are potentially able to bring out here, like the set we mentioned earlier. It's almost like a 4-way flex that they can bring out, which is it's pretty scary, pretty high pick order for PVE. So I'm curious if that does end up getting banned out this game or not.
I think if I was PV, I would drop either Seraphine or Karma and go for the Anivia. Since your first pick, you can just pick up the Seraphine or Karma if you like it that much. On the side of NSG, I think they're going to go with the same bans. They don't need to ban Pyke anymore because Mako is mid, so they might trade that Pyke out for maybe an Echo ban if they want to direct a mid ban, or they can take away Set, or they can take away like Ezreal.
Well, just waiting to get into this one, and we'll have to see. I'm honestly, considering the fact that we probably will see that Anivia ban come through. I don't know, because you mentioned it too about the potential Hecarim ban, but the way 874 played that last game was really, really nice, really clean and consistent. So we'll have to see as first bans are coming out here from PVE. That Karma's going to be taken off the board right away, and we'll see what else they got in store for us here.
Yeah, NSG, Yeah, I don't expect them to deviate too much from what they had last game. They didn't really struggle with any specific picks, except for maybe the set early game. But yeah, I like the Camille ban as well. Camille does really well into Melly's pool.
Also one of Rowan's specialties there up in the top lane. So taking it off, taking him away from one of his comfort picks there. It's definitely going to be limiting those top lane picks just a little bit more. But Olaf comes out once again. They do not want to see X7. You know what? If they're focusing that Olaf once again, makes me curious to know what 874's Olaf really looks like out there.
Yeah. But everything looking to go as I called it. Their last, what did NSG ban last game? Meant Viego last. I feel like that is still a fine pick unless they want to take it for themselves. But that's assuming PVE doesn't take it B1.
Again, that Viego
no.
is
Gone.
very scary flex pick, so might as well just remove it from the board. This time PVE are going to lock in.
Hecarim.
Okay.
I don't think Hecarim's really that OP right now. I think what's his name? 874. I think he just played really well. I don't think it had much to do with the actual champion. It's more of just his pathing and his playmaking was just consistent across the board. But I mean, if that's what PV thinks will win them the game, by all means.
See though, the answer is going to be that Xin Zhao. Another one of those great engaged champions, and just to top it off, you throw Seraphine in there. That's extra shields and heals for him. But more or less that gap closing that you have from Xin Zhao can be followed up really nicely with the Seraphine Encore. So I really like those first two picks here from NSG.
Yep, NSG is definitely winning the draft right now. Zin's does fine into Hecarim, and Seraphine's just a really strong flex pick that both their mid and support are very experienced on. The Seraphine actually takes away from Salt as well, because I know Salt has shown to be very good on Seraphine sometimes. The Leona response, I'm not feeling it, to be honest. It's technically a blind pick. Like you don't really know where Seraphine's going yet, so it's a bit rushed to pick the Leona that early.
Yeah, I can definitely feel that. I mean, Leona's such an interesting champion because depending on what your team needs, you know, you can have her as just someone who's constantly on the ADC, making sure that no one chases him down. But in this case, we could potentially see those solo flares tossed into the back line to get at that Seraphine. I'm curious to see what these next two picks are going to be for PvE after the next round of bans. Because if you are going for that Leona, if you are trying to target those backline squishy champions like the Kai'Sa that's coming through as well too, you might want something that can be a little bit more dive heavy. But again, back to that point, that first point about Leona, if the Kai'Sa does go ham with those killer instincts like we saw in game 1, if Leona's sitting right on the back line with her Ezreal, she just bonk Q. Just Q bonk on the head. And that Kai'Sa is going to be slowed down very, very quickly.
I totally agree with that. I mean, like, PV's kind of just like showing where everything is. Like, Leona and Ezreal are obviously the bot lane. There's like a 1 in 20 chance that Ezreal goes to mid, if that's their like idea of what a flex is, and then Hecarim's like jungle 99% of the time. Whereas NSG, I think they could have held their ADC pick off and just picked like Mord again, because both top laners play Mord. Neither top laners have that many answers to Mord. And now that Set's gone, like I think NSG's just gonna take Mord again. I don't see why they wouldn't.
I mean, yeah,
and
there you go.
goes.
You gotta respect Melly's Mord pick. It's it's just comfortable, consistent, and when he gets to the late game, there's not much you can do about it. There's just no answer to dealing with that level of beefiness. So you might as well just get rid of it altogether. Questionable. I don't know what they're gonna end up. I mean, they go for a top pick here. It does still hide what that mid is gonna be. So.
There's quite a few top mid flexes like Vladimir, Aurelia, technically Rise and Nocturne both count. Okay. Oh, so Seraphine mid.
Okay.
I think that's really smart actually. Like you don't need to hold off your support pick because you know you're against Leona, and the Yone insta-lock. Very good into Seraphine. I like that.
This has been banned away from Mako for quite some time, so We're gonna get to see it, and the Silas to add
Blind
on top.
Silas.
I really like that because I was almost gonna think, why just lock a Malphite into this comp here for NSG, but the Silas is begging them to do that. Go ahead, pick Malphite right here. We dare you. Do it.
I pray to God, Melly. If Melly picks something like Darius or Urgot or Wukong, I think Silas is doomed in lane. Melly has any aggressive. Okay, no, that's grief as hell. You just gave Silas a free Gnar ulti, and you don't even beat Silas in lane as Gnar. That's that's winning for Silas. So 2 winning solo lanes, even bot lane. I don't like the Hecarim pick, but PV's draft is looking pretty solid this game.
Oh my.
If it was just a different jungler, I think PV would hard win this draft, but I think they're only like slightly winning.
I mean, what else do we think would slot in there that would just make this S tier if we were considering, they had another option for a jungle?
Instead of Hecarim? I mean, it's a good question. I think Trundle's actually not bad right now. Like, Trundle actually does well into Hecarim, so if you blind pick Trundle and flex that mid jungle top, and they pick Hecarim, the Hecarim's not going to take over like he did last game. But maybe, the teams don't play Trundle, or they're just not confident in it. But still, either way, PV definitely strong draft this game. NSG, their team as a whole, the team fight's looking really good. It's just they're gonna be really behind from laning phase, because Yone and Silas can get massive leads against Gnar and Seraphine for sure.
And that's what we saw last game too, was PVE started that game really well. The CS differential was pretty well up there as in this early game. So, it begs the question, if this laning phase is going to be, that dominant for PVE, are NSG going to have that window like they did in game 1 to come back to look for those team fights if you are coming out of lane with these incredibly powerful champions, like the Yone, like a Silas who can trade, even Ezreal too. If he's coming out of lane with an item and a half, he's going to still be participating quite nicely in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna get perfect CS mid. Seraphine can't do anything to him. He'll just get D shield or second wind, and Seraphine will be throwing peanuts at him while he's farming up. Silas Gnar is really fun for Silas. If Rowan is good at Silas, Gnar's gonna have a really tough time.
I'm just thinking about it too, about, with Gnar in his mini form, yeah, you know what, if you get those stacks off, you can get some speed, you can get some good damage off, but generally that path of the boomerang you're gonna have to open yourself up to that potential Kingslayer coming in, diving in your face. That is not what you want in mini Gnar. And I think, if Rowan's able to play that smart, he's gonna be really forcing Melee off of any of the wave like you're mentioning too. So this is be very interesting to see how he handles that Silas in the early game, because there is that potential. Last game we saw, yeah, he got solo killed early on in the game, but Melee stuck it out. He got himself a little bit tankier as the game went on, and he really got his footing back in that game, really found his footing in game 1. But we'll see if that happens, because I think this early game might be a little bit more dominant PvE side. We'll see if that snowball is big enough to roll over NSG bit, because last time they were able to just melt right through it.
I definitely applaud Melly. He was really behind early game, but he understood that the only way his team loses the game is if he keeps inting. So he hopped into his team's backpack and took the free ride to the win. He might have to do that again, because Gnar is not really good in the meta right now. Both of his mythics got hard nerf for him. He's a range champion, so Divine Sunder is not as good, and Stridebreaker has been absolutely gutted. He doesn't really have a good mythic to go, so we'll see how this goes for him.
We shall see indeed. Little ways out from getting onto the rift for this one, which means predictions are open. So if you're watching there at home, make sure to put those channel points to good use and bet on whichever team you think is going to be coming out on top of this. You guys got a little under 5 minutes left to get your votes in. But immediately right off the bat, NSG fans coming on in. Oh, I see who it is too from my end, but it's okay. I won't dox you there. This could be a fun one. I think this could be a fun one. We get to see Mako on his Yone. I am very excited for that. It gets banned away from him all the freaking time. So, you know, yeah, Seraphine, she can do some damage. Her Encore is going to be scary. But in these early stages of the game, she's a very squishy champion. And I think if Yone hits that level 3 first, we're probably going to be seeing the potential just all in from Mako. Really, really good when it comes to those 1v1s. So keep an eye out for that. And definitely keep an eye out for 874 visiting the mid lane. Because I think they might give a little bit of more of attention over to Mako now that he's in the mid lane. I'm excited for this one though, Tin.
I agree, and I think people in the chat were mentioning how the Ezreal pick kind of doesn't fit in PvE's comp, which I definitely agree with, because Ezreal's like a poke champion, and PvE is like hard diving all in. That being said, like Ezreal's just like a comfort champion for most of these ADCs, because you know you can't die in lane as much, easy to farm, and for the most part he's like relatively safe. Definitely could have had better picks for sure, though. I do not disagree.
I'm curious to see how this is going to work out. I mean, I do like NSG's draft. And don't get me wrong, even if Nar's not in the meta, he still holds a special place in my heart. I just don't know if he works into this team comp, except when he's Mega. When he's Mega Nar, I really like how it fits in here. You have the Glacial Fissure from the Braum, the Xin Zhao Crescent Sweep, and the Encore are going to be all great to just lock these members down, allow Kai'Sa to do whatever the hell she wants. But it's a matter of getting there. It's a matter of being able to turn into Mega Nar before they just straight up kill you. So I think he needs to just make sure the timing on it is very, very precise when approaching these bigger dragon fights. But any last points before we head off to our break? There, Tin.
I think PvE has like a really strong 1-3-1. No one on NSG can match Yone, and the reason I don't like the Kai'Sa pick on NSG is because Kai'Sa is really good at assisting split pushers, since her ult range is I think 3.5 thousand units late game, which is like makes her so strong at assisting split pushers in that 1v1 and turning like 1v1s or 2v1s into 2v2s. So yeah, I think they might have messed up a little bit on the draft. Anyways, I think we're ready to get into game though.
Yep, we're heading to a quick break, guys, and we'll see you back here real soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the LAS Premade quarterfinals. We got game 2 underway here. NSG currently up 1 game, but this is something we didn't talk about much, but it's the level 1 shenanigans with Braum And look, they're already going to find the lockdown on Assault. He's going to be forced to flash away. And oh boy, that's not going to be ideal for PVE's bot lane to start this one off, but he'll at least have it back.
Okay. Just a PSA to like anyone who plays competitive League or just League in general. If you're trying to defend an invade, do not stand in the tri-brush. Stand just outside of the tri-brush or ward the tri-brush, because there's no way you can stand in tri-brush and survive an invade without blowing flash. Thank you. This has been my TED Talk.
Been personally trying to do that a little bit more. It's safer just to drop the ward and run, especially when you know there's a Braum on the other side. Just the potential to get his passive off on really anybody. You saw right off the bat there. You're at least going to be getting a sum blown in these early levels, and that's what they get accomplished. But Salt does have the Hex Flash, so he's not completely flashless. We'll see how he puts that to use, though.
I would just think people would understand over time that, hey, I keep dying every time I win in tri-brush. Maybe I shouldn't do that anymore.
No. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But I think it's definitely a little gutsy stepping up with a Braum on the board in these early levels. But into this game we go. It's going to be another Infernal to start this. So sadly, no Infernal Soul quite yet. But just simply some farming, some tradings, and keep your eyes on the junglers to see where they're going to be going these early minutes of this game. Uh-oh, the Fly actually going to get locked down there by the Braum passive. Hit with the Void Seeker, and he's almost taken down. Ooh, it's an almost first blood here for NSG, but the Fly manages to stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, he should have known that NSG's bot lane was going to get level 2 first. Just did not respect it and stayed in range of their abilities. I really thought bot lane was going to be a farm fest, but it's kind of proving me wrong.
It's playing safe at these early levels, and I think NSG just making use of that early level 2 that they got, forcing the Fly and Salt off of this wave, and yeah, he's just going to be forced to essentially farm with his Mystic Shot for a little bit. But Rowan is really far pushed up, and we may have 874 wrapping around on this. Has the double buffs as well, too. Going to get the gap closed as well, but Kingslayer, will it be able to heal him up in time? Not quite, as Meganar comes in, and Melly able to pick up the first blood in this game. NSG on the board first once again.
Yep, NSG just capitalizing a lot of PV's careless mistakes, like top laner not warding for a gank, bot lane not respecting the level 2, and then Dallas going for a greedy scuttle when his top laner just died. But I think he might get away with it.
Managed to get the scuttle.
Okay.
Just barely before I decided, hey, you know what, I'm going to walk the other way, so let's see what we
Yeah, he's actually going to get the double scuttle again, because their bot lane recalled again for another cheater. So I think 2 games in a row, this Sin's kind of getting screwed by his bot lane a little bit. Oh, Melly went from Bramble Vest. Oh, that's kind of grief. Just go for Executioner.
That is definitely more defensive, but you know, you already got yourself a lead. You might as well lean into that advantage you've got. Xin Zhao's there once again, so if you can pull Rivari off his lane once again and know that he's going to be pushed up without this vision, they could look to just potentially just repeat gank him up in this top lane.
Yeah, I think Rowan's keeping a freeze, which is really smart. I'm going to have to take a look for myself if that's actually a freeze. No, it's a slow push. Okay. It's a slow push, like he'll definitely be gankable within the next like 30 to 45 seconds. Yeah, see Melly, the Bramble Vest is useless, by the way. It stops his healing, but it doesn't stop his damage.
No, it does not. Well, the majority of his damage coming out too is... Hold on a sec. He's hybrid.
His passive's magic damage. Yeah,
he's hybrid. He's hybrid. So even so, it's still going to be hurting quite a bit. I had to question that for a second.
But also, the only reason I don't like Bramble Vest against that is because, like, A, it's armor against like an AP bruiser, but the more important thing is like good set players just won't auto attack you. They'll just use their W before they auto attack you, and then they'll spam their autos because their passive can stack up to 3 times. And the only way Bramble gives you the anti-heal is if you auto them.
Bit of an awkward place here for PVE. They're moving in onto this dragon, though. Can they get it? Oh, Dallas is going to get the steal right now. 874 is getting low, but look at Mako, able to find him all the way at the back. PVE gonna find the kill and the dragon to fly, able to take that one and put a little bit of gold into his pocket, but nicely done for PVE. And nice steal again from Dallas. He's been doing so great with dragons this series, so really good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, props to PVE for like finally playing proper macro, punishing a greedy dragon take.
Melly? Oh! Melly with the flash auto to finish off the Gnar stack too. Oh my goodness.
Rowan had 3 pots available and didn't use a single one. Oh my god. And he also wasn't standing near any walls, so he couldn't have Gnar ultied, but yeah.
Turns out the Gnar matchup is going quite well for Melly this game.
Yeah, I mean, Rowan's kind of... I feel like he can just beat the Gnar without having to use his auto attacks, but then his heal's not coming online because he keeps proccing the Bramble passive. Maybe he'll change his play, we'll see.
Oh boy. Well, top lane, you did say it was going to be exciting to watch. You're not wrong about that. He is going to back from Merc Treads, though, so still leaning into that defensive, those defensive items at this point, but we'll have to keep our eyes on what's happening in that top lane, because both junglers are on the top half of the map. They could opt to look for little rotations again, though. No, you know what? Rovari, learned his lesson. There's a control ward in the river right now, so that's definitely nice to see. But 874 is up here. He's going to actually abandon. No, he's going to finish off his Krugs on his way on over. Dallas. Oh, he just backed as well, too. Uh-oh. I don't know if he wants to go for this ward right now. I'm curious why they didn't try and step up and stop him from just walking through the jungle. Anyways, we move on. We haven't seen too much of this mid lane yet. I believe Mako just actually, yeah, you can see the pings coming out. So Karma was able to spot out Rivari on the roam here. Salt trying to do a little bit of testing over vision in this tri-bush at the moment. And hey, we got a little bit of stagnation here. I say that, though. I say that. Salt's better looking for the flash Zenith Blade. That one's going to go right through the middle, but they should be able to catch out Wolfie as Dallas going to find the kill there. And Faz knocked down back by the Hecarim as well, too. Looking to secure this. This one's going to be for Mako, but nicely done on the bot side for PVE.
Really good run by Mako. I don't know how Faz and Wolfie weren't expecting that, because he left mid for quite a long time. Surprised no one noticed.
We're kind of fighting around that tri-bush too for vision for quite a long time, and you know, if you see that, you kind of want to go for the rotation. So yeah, nicely done by Mako. Melly takes a crap load of damage off of that Silas trade, but he is going mega soon. So,
and that trade right there just tells you how pointless Brambles is.
Let's see though, Mega comes on out. We'll go for the ground pound there, and I'm liking that directed camera knows exactly where we want to be watching this game. But right now, what are we seeing in terms of CS? Pretty damn close in the mid lane. A little bit of advantage for NSG down in the bot side. Dallas is doing incredibly well in terms of CS. Almost 20 over 874 this game. And then top, a little bit of a lead for Silas that we did expect. But it kind of evens itself out, the fact that Melly has 2 kills under his belt.
Yeah, would have preferred Zin to get those kills just because he can push that lead around the map. Melly would only be grouping for, like, you know, some dragon fights or maybe a Herald play in the early game. So it's unfortunate, but it does make the Silas matchup a little bit easier for himself. He's not doing himself any favors though, but with his item builds, he's not going to hit Mythic for quite a while.
And Wolfie steps up and he sends a Q over the Dragon Pit to Salt, but I mean, it kind of alerts PVE that there are numbers in that river right now. So he's going to take that safe path back towards his own lane. However, Mako does spot out 874 lurking on the sides here. Salt is looking for a potential rotate here. Help out his fellow mid laner. But Dragon on the board in 10 seconds, and right now NSG definitely have the priority over this Dragon Pit. 4 members surrounding it right now, and might see a collapse coming out. Mako cleaning up this mid wave as he's going to push that wave into the tower. deny Karma some XP, but Mountain's going to go ahead and get started on up. We're going to see the double TPs actually coming through as well, too. To fly on the back end with True Shot Barrage doing a ton of damage. But look at Rovereye on in on this. Encore's going to go a little wide, and Mako goes absolutely wild in that one. Rips these members of NSG apart. Defly will pick up another kill, and it's only going to be Melly left, but Rovereye able to find them, locking down. It's an 11-minute ace 10. What was that? Holy
Melly TP'd while Omega, so he basically joined the fight with like 2 seconds left on his Mega to ult, and then he just became mini again, so he was basically useless. That being said, like the rest of NSG just kind of clumped up for the Yone Gnar combo. Like you should expect Silas to have Gnar ulti at every team fight. I don't know why they weren't expecting that. They saw the TP come in, didn't respect it. And they got punished.
That was a fat wombo. Really, really cleanly done by PVE to find that cleanup and again get another dragon for themselves. We are going to see the Cloud Soul. My brain just tried to combine those two words into one, but let's see with that prio. I mean, again, Dallas coming in, swooping up, but honestly, just a massive, massive team fight. And the fact that they're able to pull something like that off this early on the game has got to raise a lot of questions here for NSG. What they're going to be able to do about this PvE squad as they proceed to stretch this gold lead a little further. About 3.5K right now for them.
Yeah, I mean, PvE's finally playing like proper macro and playing their, like they understand their roles in the game properly now. They're not ruining their positioning just to get like first hit on the dragon. Like they understand that they can engage while NSG is grouped, and they punish them really, really well.
That was man, I'm still caught up. I'm hoping somebody out there in Twitch chat was able to make a clip of that, but that's definitely a big wombo to have. And you see Rovereye again looking to trade in. He does take a couple turret shots, and Melly trading out quite nicely with those Gnar stacks. Mako looking for something in this mid lane, not going to be able to make it happen quite yet. Does need to be careful with that poke. And the Xin Zhao not too far off in the distance. But 13 minutes in this game, still relatively early. But we do see a couple mythics already built on the board right now. One for the Silas, Hecarim. Trying to look for any more. Speaking of Hecarim, out of nowhere. Speaking of the devil himself, he misses the onslaught of shadows. He's going to flash underneath the turret. And that might be a little aggressive, as now he's getting chased down by Melly on the bot lane. Defly getting hunted down. Killer Instinct on in. That's going to be the shutdown. In the mid, I heard the Encore go off as well, too. Mako's brought down quite low. And again, we're seeing a little bit of an overstep here from PVE. Got a lead. I think they might be getting a little too confident here.
PvE starting to grief again. Definitely Defly going for wards while his support's not in lane. And he doesn't have vision on the enemy jungler. And then Dallas kind of diving a Gnar that was like about halfway to Mega. Really risky. Luckily did not die for it.
Herald's going to get started up now by Dallas. Melly might be rotating down. However, Salt is here to contest. I think they're going to pull off, though. Too much vision in the rest of the jungle.
That was a greedy attempt at Herald. His top laner is basically 1 HP and mid was on a reset. But he might be able to turn on it now with Silas coming back from base. He can set up for it. He has more vision in that area than NSG does. So I think this should still go to PV if they play it right.
Both ADCs just soaking up that solo XP down there in the bot lane as we speak. And yeah, it looks like it's just a dance around the Herald right now, as both teams not willing to completely pull the trigger. Melly doing some good old damage to this top turret right now, as he is about to go Mega, but Salt is kind of floating around up in the top lane. Dallas might be looking to come in as well too. So we'll see if they can dive on this Gnar as soon as he goes mini. About halfway done, the bar is in, they come right now. Salt's probably going to be flashing on in. Nard away, but the Solar Flare going to be a little wide. Onslaught of Shadows will not be. 3 members here to just take down the Gnar, and Dallas will clean it up. There we go. That's what PVE needed.
I don't think they need to invest all of their ults, but I mean, whatever gets the job done. It could have just went on Herald after that, actually. I don't know why Dallas is farming his jungle. It's a free Herald on the map.
Mako, though! Fate sealed for sure. Oh, that is absolutely bloody disgusting. This is why his Yone has been banned so often, because he does that.
Yeah, Seraphine got punished for existing there, so that's really her fault for being in the lane at all when Yone is post level 6. It's interesting Yone build though, like the Zeal early item to get the spike. I think it was like a European streamer called Zookill that popularized it, but I think he recently said it wasn't the best build because it kind of slows down your Mythic Rush. Either way, it doesn't matter. Mako's fed on Yone. I think the game's pretty hard for NSG to play now.
Yeah, and it was similar situation to that last game one where we saw. Oh, Salt, I think, may have overstayed for this ward. We'll come back to that point. He is there. Mako is also here in the tri-bush looking to trade up. Does not have the Fate Sealed ready to go. Faz in the back is getting hit by those Mystic Shots, but 874 will be able to take down Salt Spreader. Flashing away from that Glacial Fissures. The Fly going to take down Wolfie. PVE is able to clean up the jungler of NSG there. And it's just going more and more downhill for NSG as this game progresses. Dragon's going to get started up too, which will push PVE to Soul Point. And oh my goodness, True Shot Barrage almost finds out Faz. Forced to back away. This is going to be bot tower as well too. PVE are taking everything in sight. 5k gold lead at 17 minutes. This is really, really hard. Really going to be so tough for NSG to even find an angle back into this one.
Yeah, I think if PV was like a more consistent team, I'd call the game right now, but we've seen them throw quite a bit, so I'm not going to take NSG out of the game quite yet.
Look where Dallas is right now. Wolfie just walks right past him, doesn't even check the brush.
He'll
walk right past him again. Oh, he does spot him out. Oh, he does. He spots the ward, and then Dallas is there as well, too. They're going to trade on out. At least able to slow him down with that Braum passive. Onslaught Shadows going in. Encore is going to hit mid onto 2. Mako taken down immediately by 874. They find a beautiful follow-up to that Seraphine ult. And, yeah, PvE again. Maybe stepping up a little too far here. Solar Flare will be coming on down, but is it going to be enough to get these guys out? Salt Spreader sacrificing his body to try and get Dallas on out of this one. And will he be able to make it there, though? Faz is on the back. Void Seeker going to hit the Fly. They're at least able to escort one of them out, but 2 members will die. True Shot Barrage comes on through. Oh, 874. Very lucky to be chugging a pot during that exchange, or else he would have been dead off of that kill. But look at Karma Divine, the pop from the Seraphine. PvE, what are you doing, guys?
Like I said, PV counting their eggs before they hatch. Playing like they can't lose, but they play right there.
Love how chat's calling the caster curse as well too. I mean, it works both ways. We call it might happen. It's like, yeah, caster curse. Or we say the opposite of that happens. Like, yeah, caster curse.
Yep, that's why I couldn't count NSG out of the game. A PV throw was incoming.
We are about to hit that, 19-minute mark. We're getting close to that 20-minute as the Baron is going to be up in 1 minute here. Let's see if PvE can crack open this map a little bit as they work through this tier 1 mid tower. Yeah, this should be able to get it no problem here. 3 towers to none. All the outers have been taken now by PvE, so this definitely gives them a little bit more of map pressure and map control, but they just got to not do the stuff we've seen. I don't know how to describe it. It's just, guys, you know better. You know better than hiding out in the freaking jungle bush there when no one's there to help out. That's just silly. Come on.
I mean, yeah, you had a massive gold lead. I mean, still 5k, which is really good, but it was even bigger before. You don't need to force fights. You just choke them out of vision, and what is Seraphine doing?
Salt getting hit by the Encore, caught down by the Braum passive and has nowhere to go. Dallas now trying to deal with 3 members. The Onslaught of Shadows coming through as well too. The Fly on the other side, he's actually going to be coming on over the wall. Mako's here as well too, but PvE are losing numbers. TP from Melee going to be coming on in as well too. PvE have to retreat. They cannot keep taking these fights. The Void Seeker is going to land. That Killer Instinct is going to get popped immediately. Just going to use the Arcane Shift to get on over to safety as 874 is hunting for some more.
I initially thought that Seraphine ult was kind of grief, but then Mako kind of whiffed his ulti as well, which lost them the fight. well, obviously Salt getting caught was bad, but Mako could have won them that fight by hitting his ult on at least 2 targets there. Quite unfortunate.
So True Shot Barrage blocked up there by the Braum. Rowan doing a little bit of pushing in this top half, but we'll back on out and just look to seal some camps out from under 874 here. As does need to be cautious of how fast that tier 2 top can be collapsed onto. However, 1 more minute until this cloud is up. It is PVE at Seoul. I mean, they were able to get Seoul last game, but in the end, NSG were the ones who won it. But this is PVE's game to win or lose at this point. They have the lead. They can win these fights as long as they're sticking together. They just can't be in random places when approaching these fights. Or we're going to see what we just saw in the past two fights.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, there was no objective to fight over, and their positioning is just all over the place. Salt and Mako are going to ward, Salt and Dallas were going to ward by themselves, and Mako is quite a ways behind them.
Oh, Melly hit up by that Mystic Shot. He's going to bring him 1 step closer to... Oh, Meganar. That could have been some bad timing. Rowan is on the hunt right now as the rest of NSG are regrouping on the spot side, but Mako is pushing out that lane, so it's going to put NSG in a bit of an awkward spot. Dallas hit by that Braum Q. We'll just walk on out as Mako is looking for something. Needs to be a little careful. He will dash on back to where he left himself, at least. But Dragon on the board, 2 seconds away. Don't even need to count it down. It's already here. As PVE going to slowly start this one up. They need to be patient. That Encore is available once again as True Shot Barrage will come out. It'll take a good chunk out of Melly, but he's not quite. Ultimate is the Fate Seal going to go up. There's going to be the Encore as well too, but PVE get the Wombo combo off. Glacial Fissure going to be used, but look at PVE go. Melly trying to dash on out. The Zenith Blade will follow him. Salt Spreader able to lock him on down for a little bit while the rest of his team recovers and comes up here. Melly accepting his fate. Dallas will get the double kill there. And PVE slow it down. They take the time and they find the team fight that they need to win.
Okay, Garf, do you think I can call them out? They're they're up 8k gold. They're about to get Baron, and like I don't know. I can't see them losing, man. Like they have to like flip Elder to lose, and even then, I think they can still win.
I think it would be very, very hard for NSG to come back into this one. I'm not gonna say it's 100% yet, though. You never know. You never know what happens here in playoffs, especially with what some of the stuff we've seen here tonight. I think it's not 100% in the bag until they close it out. But right now, PVE have set themselves up incredibly well. They have that Cloud Soul, which means, you know, that Wombo, that insanely scary Wombo that they were able to execute earlier, that 12-minute ace, and the one we just saw there to secure the Cloud Soul. That's what they need to do. That is how they're winning fights, is when they just dump all 5 ults on everybody at the same time. There's just nothing that NSG can do to answer that.
Yeah, and like the Seraphine's kind of useless right now, other than for her ult. Like she's solo AP. She went Leandri's, which is, if you read the Leandri's passive, it does more damage to people with like a certain amount of max HP, which maybe Hecarim will have that much HP at that point in the game, but no one else will. Leona's not building that much HP, neither is Yone or Silas, so really not going to get much efficiency out of the Leandri's.
Let's see what it is. Hold on, don't move away on me.
They need...
It's maxed out at 1250. It's maxed out at
1250 bonus health, which most champions won't be building other than Hecarim.
Oh, Melly is dead.
Yeah.
We move forward. Bot lane, Mako might be in a bit of an awkward spot too, is 874 looking to dash on over here, trying to find somebody with that Fate Seal, but he's just going to get hunted on down. Faz takes him out, and 1-for-1 trade across the board here, top from mid. Think that's a little better for NSG in the long run here. Able to take down Mako, but...
Even trades are good, but that turret's likely going down.
Oh yeah, tier 2 is going to be gone. This Baron buff is... gonna help them shred right through it. And you know what? You do also remove Baron from Mako, which is take little wins here, but Wolfie caught on out potentially as Dallas look for 874 in the backside. Glacial Fissure gonna be popped. True Shot Barrage almost finishes him off, but Salt will do it. That's gonna be the Solar Flare on the back line. Encore trying to find some members here, but PVE finding the fights to fly with one final Mystic Shot there to finish off Karma Divine. And it's only gonna be Melly left on the map here. Baron still up for at least another, 40 seconds left for them that they got. So this could potentially just be the game right here, Tin.
I mean, it's definitely. I think it's 2 inhibs for sure. I don't think PV is confident enough to end the game. I don't think I just don't think the timers are long enough either. So I respect them backing off after the second inhib, but I don't see anything NSG can do. They'll have super minions coming into the base while PV takes the rest of their structures on the bot side.
Yeah, this is going to be a cleanup in turrets. 7 towers to 0. And yeah, you know what? That's definitely fair. It's the more safe play, especially the fact with Mako not being there. 2 inhibitors are going to be huge. That pressure, top and mid, is just going to be really tough to deal with. 26 minutes, you got this. You got these super minions coming into your base. It's not going to be fun to deal with. Bot tier 2 also going to fall next. That's just more gold into the pockets of PVE. You can see that gold lead is now 14k up. 14k at 26.5 minutes. Okay, Tin.
You calling it?
I don't want to
call.
I would say 99% for PVE because I was listening to an interesting thing from one of the pro analysts as well too, which there comes a certain point where a gold lead, your chances of coming back as that gold lead increases just becomes worse and worse and worse, and it's past the 10k mark where your chances are pretty dismal. It is not easy to come back into that, and you can see. You know, who's got the gold right now? The Fly sitting 6-1 and 10. Divine Sunder, fully completed Mirror Mana. A Frozen Gauntlet as well, too, just to say, hey, slow the hell down. Don't chase at me. But just look across the board, too. You can see there's a lot of damage here for PvE. Again, I still have to say, they got to get their wombo off and not do silly stuff. But this is a big lead, man.
I mean, the best part is they only need one thing to hit. It's either the Silas Gnar ulti or the Yone ulti that needs to hit. They don't need to hit everything, and here comes a fight.
Oh my goodness, Dallas going in with the onslaught of style, looking for melee. Glacial Fissure going to come on through, not going to be able to land on anybody. Defly going unstoppable now, gets the double kill. Big Encore rips on through, but it's just not going to be enough here. Just too much damage. PvE slapping down NSG with the wallets right now. Faz is going to be the last one surviving, but Dallas looking to chase him down. The challenging smite is there. Mako catches him out, and the Silas, who hijacked away the Glacial Fissure, will finish it off. That's the ace. That's both the Nexus turrets, and that's going to be the Nectus. PvE ties us up 1-1.
Well played by PV. Very clean game. So much better than game 1. Wow.
So much incredibly better than game 1. You know what we saw that time? They got their lead early game, and they actually fought with it at 12 minutes. At 12 minutes, no less. That is scary. Really scary to see that kind of power coming out that early in the game. Again, you and I had a couple questions there. It was like, okay, guys, don't do it again, please. let's not do anything silly, because they absolutely had every tool in their pockets to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming this is a best of 5, right? So
This is.
could be a long night for us.
Could potentially be a long night here, but we'll have to see if we get games like that. That one was much shorter than game number 1. 28 minutes, 11 seconds. You can see the damage coming out too. My good, the Hecarim did the most. Did Hecarim do the most damage, or Divine Sunder do the most damage? We'll leave that up to the rioters to figure out the balancing around those situations. But
Yeah.
we're going to hop to break, guys. We'll be right back in a few minutes, so make sure to stick around. Let me just hand out those tokens first, and we will see you in just a few moments. Be right back.
smothered in endless night, faded flame, struggling just to survive. Born into constant betrayal, set up to fail.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the LAS Premade quarterfinals. That's right. Got a lot of leagues to keep track of over here. Anyways, guys, we're about to hop into game number 3. It is NSG Infinity with the side selection. So they're going to be going back on to the blue side, but we're all tied up here, ladies and gentlemen. So without any further ado, let's switch it on over to game number 3. Hi, Tuner. Love you too. Okay, let's go. What are we going to be seeing this time, Tin? A lot of question marks on the board, and I'm expecting a potential Yon ban here.
I think from PVE side, they're going to go with same bans, except they're going to drop the Karma ban for the Hecarim. Because Hecarim has a 100% win rate so far, and it seems like both teams are willing to first pick it.
Yeah, does seem to be really powerful right now, so might as well just get it off the board. Get it right entirely off the board. So going to hit the ready button for them just so they know I am also ready to go. But let's get some draft music going as well and see what these guys are going to bring out here for game number 3. We'll be setting one of these teams at match point after this one. I mean, I've said it a couple times so far. We've gotten a lot of full 5-game series this playoff season. I don't know what it is about the summer split, but a lot of good competition here.
Hey, I've been a part of 2 of them on stream.
That's true. That's true. You had a. Oh, last night was fun. Was last night? No, last night was 4 games.
Last night was 4, but
was 4,
against Tigers and against Evermore, they were both 5.
Holy moly.
Anyways, back to the actual game that's happening. NSG's probably going to have to change things up for sure. I think keeping Camille, Viego, and Echo are fine, but they're going to need to decide if they're going to let Mako have Yon. Because I wouldn't be surprised if he picks it again.
Yeah, it's definitely one of his comfort picks. It just works into, big wombo combo like we saw there in that last game. Olaf going to be taken away and Nivea also banned away, so not going to be allowing that one through again. Unless there's something else that they got, but...
NSG's got to pick their poison though. Do you let them have Yon? Do you let them have Viego? Like, what's the worst? What can you handle? What can't you handle?
That is definitely the question here. So, you see, timer is ticking down. Yeah, it's going to be the Yon, though. Yon gets banned away. And like you said, Tin, right on the money, Hecarim is the final ban here for PVE.
But now Viego's up, so if NSG has any pry on Viego, they could pick it here. It's flexible into 3 lanes. Who knows? But looking at their OPGGs, it seems like none of them have any significant experience on Viego, so they might just be giving that to Dallas.
Ooh, the set is going to be taken away. Ooh, that is...
Not a huge fan to first pick blind set. I mean, it just seems like their top laner is the only one that plays it. So, not sure. I don't know. I think there are better first picks.
I think it's more of a denial from PVE because there are multiple players on that team who can play the set, making it much scarier in PVE's hand. But that means Viego's left up. It's going to be just taken away right immediately, and that is one of those S tier champions that we've seen in pro play across multiple amateur leagues too, across legends. Viego's been, I don't want to just attribute to the fact that he's new, but he's new and strong, and I don't know if it's a coincidence.
Leona blind again, which is interesting. I mean, I don't hate it because it seems like Wolfie mainly plays like backline support, so Leona can really catch him out. I don't know. We'll see how they respond to it. Like, they might go with a Lulu, or if they go for like Nami again. They've just been showing these like... Yep, there's a Nami. Oh, yeah. So I think PV's definitely ahead in the draft right now. They have two strong like power picks, which are both comfort for their jungle and support, and the Viego is flexible to 3 different roles. Whereas like NSG is kind of just showing their hand right now.
Yeah, and the volley next to come in as well. It's probably going to be the jungle for 874. I would assume that's probably where that's going. Corki is going to be hovered here by PVE.
I don't think they're picking Corki. I think that's just a meme hover. A lot of Corki talk these past few days.
I mean,
But,
he is strong.
I like the Gwen. Okay,
Oh,
2021
she was up.
champions coming in clutch this
Oh
draft.
my god. Okay.
Gwen is a strong pick in
She's
this set.
so strong.
She's just strong in general, but she's even better in this set. Like, Zed can't hit her with his Haymaker because Gwen's E will come up before the Haymaker hits, or she'll just use her Hallowed Mist and just be immune. Gwen is immune.
And on top of that too, this Viego potential flex into jungle, top, or mid for these players. The Gwen potential flex mid, top as well too. This is scary. This is a scary draft from PVE. They have already loaded themselves up with a decent amount of damage and a big tank that can really, start these fights off. You drop the solar flare down on the Nami. Yes, you have the tidal wave, but it doesn't really give her that much time to react if you're stunned up and then you have these damage dealers on top of you immediately. Yes, you have the set to ult him out, the volley bear as well if you're looking to go in ham there with the set, but
Yep. I think PV will win this draft if they pick up Ezreal right now, because that is Faz's second best AD carry according to ZOPGG. And what is the Zyra? Okay,
Poppy.
I still don't think Poppy is a good ban, but anyways, if they take Ezreal here, like, Faz is kind of stuck. Like, I don't know what champs he has left. He might go for Tristana, but I don't think it's comfort for him.
no, I think he probably end up back. No, the Kai'Sa has been banned out this game, so yeah, that really puts him in an awkward spot, doesn't it?
PV should take the Ezreal. I think that's their best player right now.
Yep.
It gives their mid a really good matchup. Yep, there goes the Ezreal.
That's really, really nice. Really, really nice drafting coming in from PVE this game.
Well drafted across the board. Still don't know where Gwen and Viego are going. I mean, it's likely top jungle. Top for Gwen, jungle for Viego. Both are solid matchups. But Mako gets his counter pick, and he's got a lot in his bag.
Yeah, and this is the question now, when they see what comes up mid, do they end up getting a counter pick that goes directly against it, or do they just send the send the Gwen into it? It's going to be a Zyra mid. Have not seen that in quite some time.
What? Wait, what is going on here? I haven't seen Zyra mid in a long
Can't
time.
be Zyra support. You got Nami there, and she is definitely not a solo mid laner. Tried that one out. Didn't go well.
Does Mako play Aurelia or Kiana or any assassin?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
just play any assassin?
Yes, he has both of those.
Oh, it's Ezreal mid. I mean, that's also fine into Zyra. I mean, I think if you just picked, like... I think Mako plays Kiana. I might be mistaken, though, but...
Yeah, he's been known to bust it out every now and then. The Aurelia as well, too.
Yeah, he could have went Trist, too. But, I mean, I think Ezreal mid's fine. He gets free scaling. He'll get solo lane XP.
This is going to be... And the question is, do we see AP Ezreal or AD Ezreal? Do we see AP Twitch
AP
or AD
Twitch.
Right. Right? You got some options
possibilities are
here.
endless.
You got some options across the board in terms... Yeah, you would look at this and be like, oh, they're all AD. Except for Gwen. But not really.
Oh. Well, he's gonna have such a hard time this game to catching Gwen and Ezreal, and Twitch will be invis most of the time. I don't know. I mean, okay, WinCon for NSG is just a set Zyra combo, and with the volley and Nami follow up and Jinx just free hitting. But PV has so many more win cons. If Gwen gets too hard to handle, Viego gets an early reset, like, you can just kiss this game goodbye.
I don't know. Like, yeah, you know what? You will have the plants to block those Mystic shots, but on the other hand, those Mystic shots are going to be one-tapping your plants, and a lot of Zyra's poke and damage is going to be coming from those. Don't get me wrong. If you are able to get the Leandries and the Demonic Embrace on Zyra, if you are able to draw out those team fights, do the dance around the Dragons and the Barons, if you can draw those out, it does become pretty scary with the amount of poke that Zyra can do to you. But I don't know PvE is going to even give them that option to dance around or wait for it. Yeah, you know what? Once PvE decides to jump on NSG, Zyra ult is definitely a good option to say, hey, hell no, get the hell out of here. But the rest of PvE, to follow up on whatever's going down, I don't know. I don't know, Tin. I don't know what the answer is going to be here from NSG.
He just has so much damage. Like, getting Viego his first reset should be a piece of cake. And having a Volibear run at you is from the other side is not going to be very fun when Viego gets that reset on him or on set. So I wish NSG the best of luck. They got a long road ahead of them to win this game.
And on top of this all, you got DeFly on his Twitch, one of his patented comfort picks. So, I mean, it's just leaning more into what we talked about in Game 1, which is bringing out comfort picks, right? It worked for NSG in Game 1, having Karma Divine on his Anivia. But now, you know, draft is becoming a little bit more complicated because PvE are starting to pull out these picks where it's like, okay, we need to get rid of that. But that leaves a lot of options up in terms of what is comfortable for PvE here. And I think we're starting to see a little bit of that trouble come into draft here.
I mean, PvE is a very, very flexible team. Like, this draft is completely different from last game, but I can still say everyone's playing on a champ they're more than comfortable on. Like, the only thing that I'm not sure about is, like, I've never seen Rowan play Gwen before, but it's not like Gwen's the hardest champion in the world, so I'm pretty confident he knows what he needs to do to destroy this set.
Top of that too, just being able to go invulnerable, that's just that seems like a bit of a strong mechanic there. But players are all locked in here. We got everybody in order, so predictions are going to be opened up here. Let us know who you think is going to win game number 1 with those channel points, as you got about 5 minutes to get those bets in. And again, this is I'm just finding it hard to look for the window that NSG are going to be able to come into this game here and deal with what PvE has. I mean, you look at it, that right? Jinx is one of those hyperscale late game ADCs. She doesn't feel like Jinx until she has at least an item and a half, even 2 items on her. Zyra really starts to hurt once she gets the combo of Leandries and Demonic Embrace together. If you're able to get to a point where you're starting to build Rylai's or Rabadons or something even more just to make you more annoying, that could potentially lead to some troubles here for PvE, slowing them down like that. But I honestly think PvE is coming busting out of these gates. They hit level 6. They're going to be looking for those big team fights like we saw just in Game 2 there.
Yep, I mean, only time will tell. Right? We gotta wait for a 3-minute delay, and this is gonna be an interesting game for sure. I'm really excited. I love watching, you know, 2021 champs do their thing though. Gwen and Viego are gonna gameplay them for sure.
And that's another thing too. You know, in Pro League, it's been mentioned as well too. Just the S tier champions right now, just works so well in competitive 5s. I mean, we see a couple of them on the side of NSG too. The set is definitely one of those big ones. Volibear, depending how frequently you're going for tower dives, yes, it can be good, but I would say the majority of that is only going to be focused towards the top half of the map. Zyra, Jinx, Nami can't really follow up great, the exception of that Nami tidal wave. The rest of them can't really follow up if you are going ham on these towers. And you know, I look at that too. Set and Volley really want to commit to going in there. But what about the backline? Who is going to protect that backline once your big beefy boys decide to make a commitment in? I think it's going to be tough because, you know, if you send one in there, they get shredded. You have to send 2 in, but then your backline's exposed too. The fly gets around you with the rat-a-tat. I think you mentioned it beautifully earlier, Tin. I think PvE just have a lot more angles here. for which way they can find themselves in these fights and they can find success. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a tough one for NSG. Not to say it's impossible. We've seen some interesting stuff throughout the evening, which could, allow NSG to potentially punish PVE if they are going a little bit too ego. That is not out of the books. Completely not out of the books. So we'll have to see how this one unfolds. But final thoughts before we head into this one, bud.
I think PV might get a little overconfident in the early game. Like Gwen, Viego, although they're OP, they aren't super OP early game. So the volume set could really mess them up before they get their items. We'll see.
Well, we will have to see, Tim. We will indeed. But we are going to cut to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, hopping on the riff for game number 3. So make sure to keep getting those predictions in. And we will see you back here in just a few moments. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LAS Premade quarterfinals. And NSG versus PVE right now. Both these teams tied up. NSG on the blue, PVE on the red. Let's see if we're going to get any more level 1 shenanigans here, as it looks like NSG looking to try and set something up here. All of them.
Invade bot side I don't think is a play there. I think if you're on blue side, you should invade top always, because yeah, you can get easily spotted like that.
They're just going to have to back off here. They might get a little bit of vision as they go on, but other than that, you're going to have to back right on off. As, yeah, PvE closing in as well, too. You got to respect both sides here, but it'll just be a little bit of early information here on that blue ward. As you do see Mako already getting the first, I wouldn't call it first blood, but he gets the first hit of the game.
Yeah, Gwen taking the ignite, so she's very confident that she can outplay the set early. Also, that definitely means, well, that's kind of telegraphed that Viego will be pathing topside, because if you're taking ignite, you should always be playing strong side. Actually, interesting, Volley's pathing bot, so he's not even gonna try to win that topside 2v2. He's just, that's very, very interesting by him. I think that's not the correct play.
See though,
and, set over leashes, he's actually gonna lose 2 minions here, I'm pretty sure.
It's a little bit of a tougher start for this lane.
Oh, okay, he barely makes it in time.
Just barely does, but immediately trading out. Both, I honestly, both these champions up in the top lane can proc their conquer extremely fast. But I would say this Gwen is probably going to be hurting out a little bit more in these early levels. If they're looking to trade. You see the Doran's Blade versus Doran's Shield as well too. So again, Melee leaning into more of a defensive build here. I'll probably see more of that bruiser-ish tanky set rather than the full mass set we saw in Game 1 from PVE. But let's watch. Let's just let this one unfold, see how she goes. Will be an Ocean to start this one out, so no Ocean Soul this game. I'm hoping, I've been waiting for a Mountain, I see Mountain. See, I'm so accustomed to seeing Mountain Souls now, Tin. This is what, oh my god. No, I want an Infernal Soul. The rate these guys are fighting, might as well just spice it up a little bit more, you know? Top laners, though, trading on out. Haymakers coming through as well, too. Both top laners going to be sitting at about a half a health bar. And keep your eyes on the junglers, though, Tin, because we do see that Volley making his way down towards the bot lane. But Jinx and Nami, extremely shoved up right now. So even if he is pathing down here, he won't be able to actually find a gank anytime soon.
Yeah, it looks like Volley's gonna get his first early game scuttle of the game of the series, so good for him. Rowan a little too aggressive there under turret, taking the worst end of that trade, so. But he's still keeping the prio up, so Viego gets the scuttle trade. So everything going to plan across the board.
You see that Dallas has made his way up top. Just going for the scuttles right here, so. Yeah, no double this time, but still both going 1 for 1. You can see they're pretty damn even across the board here, really for everybody in terms of CS. A little bit of a lead here for Faz as we are just passing that 4-minute mark. But no attempted dives or ganks quite yet. Just see a little bit
We
trading.
do see Melly's in a tough spot topside. He's very prone to getting ganked right now, which it seems to be happening.
Oh, very, yeah. Dallas looking to go on in. Gonna get the stun down as well, too. Melly does have the flash to get on over this wall, but Dallas could just simply follow him, but he anticipates it a little too early, I think. Now Rowan looking to trade on in. Snip, snip, snip. Even the flash is burned, too, from Melly. That's going to be really opening them up for another gank and top. But look at this! Salt Spreader with the Zenith Blade will be able to lock him down and find that one. Direct to camera has taken us away from that for some reason. But 874 with the follow-up to take down to Fly, so.
Melly, what's going on, man? Dallas too, what are these flashes? Yikes.
I don't know, man. Oh boy, Dallas is down in the bot lane, looking to follow up here as Salt Spreader chasing down Faz. We are going to see the TP in, but 874 trading it right back on. He turns his attention to Salt, and now with Karma coming on in, Dallas has nowhere to go. Zymer going to pick himself up a kill. NSG up 3-2. Make it a 3-3.
Comes right back. Goodbye.
Poison. 9 health, 2 health, and he's gone.
Yep. Nami's too far. Yeah, Dallas, I bet he missed his flash there, because definitely could have got the Jinx kill if he had flash up. And that should be first dragon going to NSG, unless Ezreal has something to say about it.
Have to see here is you do have to fly wrapping around on this one, actually lighting up 874, doing some good damage, and he's going to be able to take him down. Dragon going to get picked up here as well, too. Nicely done by Defly to interrupt that, take out NSG's jungler. And I do believe we are going to have a rat in a hat this game. You see the Doran's ring picked up for Defly.
I like it.
I
like
do
AP
too.
Twitch a lot.
I really like. If anyone's AP Twitch I like, it's Defly's AP Twitch. Look at him go though. Looking to trade him with Faz, and he's it's no joke how much he does. It's actually ridiculous. Oh boy.
I mean, you can even consider Twitch a 2021 champ because that's when they gave him AP ratios.
Who did this? Who did this? I want to know.
Yeah, it's just a small indie company, man. Give him a break.
True. Oh man, this is a rough spot for Melly to be in. Rowan not being the nicest of laners
Will
there.
it stop?
Where he'll stop, nobody knows. But
Yeah.
not too much of a CS differential there in the top lane, only leading by 6.
Yeah, but he's got the kill, and that's all that matters.
True. Ooh.
Oh no, Melly might be dead here.
Acebreaker not going to be able to make it. That's going to be the needlework coming on through. Haymaker is tossed to shield himself up just a little bit longer, but we are going to see the junglers actually skirmishing out. Dallas does find out
Dallas shouldn't be
874.
fighting this. He's down at level. Oh, he has ulti.
He is too, but how far are either sides willing to chase? I think that's the question.
Yeah. I think Volley was really hesitant there. I think it could have turned out.
You have to fly in this bot lane, just farming out, getting some solo XP here. So he will have his level 6 ready to go. TP being used back up in the top lane. And everyone else kind of taking a little bit of a breath here, as we are getting relatively into the early game here. Still a little bit of a lead here for PVE. Just under 1,000 gold up over NSG. So nothing too crazy yet. Mako getting a little block there by the minions walking back to lane. Just gonna slap the True Shot Barrage down this mid lane as we're getting to the 8-minute mark. Dragon up in 240 as well too. So it's a Cloud Drake. I don't know if we see much contention for it, but you know, already being up a Drake, getting yourself one closer to that soul, never a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, just take it, right? The ultimate haste for champs like Gwen. It's awesome
Oh
for them.
my goodness, rat-a-tat-tat. And let's see if he can actually pop.
There's no mana.
Oh, he's got no mana to use it. Look who's in the bot lane. It's 874. Trying to get on down. That will be the stun used by Salt Spreader, but he's going to be stunned right on back to fly. Caught out in the alcove. Has nowhere to go. Trying to sneak himself away, but can he do it? Can he find the Tsunami? No. He gets so close, and he's actually going to be taking down
Is
the
the
health bars.
Igniter ticking?
6 health. Gets to 6 HP, but not quite.
It's a bit tilting, just a little bit tilting. I was just about to say, PV is playing like near perfectly, right? Like you're supposed to be behind early, and they're actually ahead. So this is going great for them. I mean, the Twitch death there is not ideal, but looks like Set might be paying for it.
Yep, we do have Dallas up in this top lane again. Haymaker's going to be coming through right after the showstopper, but it's just not enough. Picked right on off, and Dallas going to become the set for a little bit here as PV finding some more in that top lane. And I think, you know, the fact that the gold here is on your Gwen and Viego after these repeated ganks, that is massive for PvE.
Yep. Yep, this is perfect. They're in a great position to 2v5 the entirety of NSG. I don't see anyone that's going to stop them.
I think I saw a comment pop up in the chat too. It's like, I've seen Gwen and Viego's 2v5 in Pro League, so I mean, they're just really, really strong. They're extremely strong now, but Salt Spreader might be a little bit caught out here as 874 on the chase right now, getting the bounce heal from the Nami to fly, not too far behind, but his volley's doing quite a bit, caught up by the bubble. Solar Flare will come on down, but taken out by 874, just being a little aggressive on the wards there. But while that's going down, you know the Volley Bear's on the bot half of the map. Dallas just going to go ahead and pick up this Herald.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I'm PV, I really don't care about these gank spot lane. Like, you're not setting the champions I need to be set behind.
Like, you know what? It's not terrible for the volley that he's picking up a kill, but if anybody's going to be going down on PvE to take out the support, you know what? You see that as an okay thing.
Yeah.
Really.
And
Go ahead.
you really want the Jinx to get that kill, to be honest. I don't think the volley needed to take it. I think Jinx was in range to secure that one there.
Absolutely.
She's all your damage, right? Like, you gotta play around that carry.
Yeah, it's the same kind of principle when it comes to like the Vayne as well too. Every kill you get is going to bring you 1 minute closer to being at your true form. But in this case, we do see the Cloud Drake picked up by NSG. We are going to get to see an Infernal this game, but both teams currently up a drag. Top tier 1 is going to be taken out, but not before they are really diving on to fly here on the spot side, but he's somehow going to survive and get away with his life, and mid lane seems to be the next target. Salt Spreader flashing on in with the Q, and they just absolutely eviscerate him. Beautiful lead by Salt to get that one going. Mako cleans it up, and PVE pick themselves up yet another kill. Whew.
I was almost getting executed by minions.
Oh, God.
That was a close one.
Oh, Dallas. Well, Harold in a bit of a weird spot right now. Yeah, you gotta go clear. Maker's gonna go ahead and clear out these minions right here as Shelly needs to make a way to mid. Is no, not even
Melly
gonna
would
get a
be
charge off. Dallas is gonna get taken out too. Now the Stormbringer coming down, chilling smite, exhaust from Mako to try and pull him off. Super Mega Death Rocket goes just a little bit short. Good try though from the bot half of the map as Rowan trading on out with Melly. And in they go, Showstopper from the flash. Haymaker for some shield, but it doesn't actually land. The needlework does just that much more damage. And Rowan gets himself another solo kill up in the top side of the map.
I mean, valiant effort by Melly.
Yeah. But even though that happened in top lane, mid, a little questionable with that Herald placement.
Just drop it on top of the turret, Dallas. Like, what are you thinking? Just get, you lost 2 plates of gold there. I think you could have got mid turret there, honestly.
Absolutely, or at least get a whack load of gold for your Ezreal.
Yeah.
Either way, that's
It's a mini grief, but it's about like 400 gold lost there.
Well, about to hit 13-minute mark. Up 2K for PVE. Well, just a little under that. We are going to see this first Infernal in 3 minutes, so I would expect within, once we get to that minute mark to start seeing a lot more attention being given over to this vision. You do have Wolfie kind of stepping up to do a little bit of sweeping here, but as a Nami, you do not want to be face-checking anything. Anything. Especially with the fact that you have a Twitch running around this map. It's getting to a point where Defly is going to be able to one-tap anybody who's squishy if they're caught out. As long as he gets you to the full stacks of poison, he's going to be able to rip you down for your entire health bar. It's terrifying.
Yeah, for sure. And I really want to see what Volley's next item is going to be, because he's really fed right now with the 4 kills. I know a lot of Volleys are starting to go Zanya's second item instead of Sterix, so want to see if he subscribes to that build path.
Zanya's. That, you know what? Be quite interesting. I mean, honestly, if you're going in for the Stormbringers, just that extra added bit of survivability, Zanya's just a fantastic item. As,
and Volley has so much hybrid scaling, so you're not losing out on any damage. In fact, you're probably getting more damage than you would with Sterix.
Full AP Volley Bear when? Give it some time. Maybe Worlds, I don't know. That's another thing you and I were talking about too is, we are starting to see a lot of these S tier picks come through in higher frequencies, but I think once we get down to a month, once we see the playoffs start to come through for multiple regions, we're going to start to see a little bit more of what the World's meta is looking like. That tends to transfer over here into amateur leagues, so it'll be really interesting to see how what Riot decides to do to these S tier picks, because there's been a few years for Worlds where some people get insane buffs, other people just get completely gutted. But right now on 11.14, yeah, we're seeing the power of some of these picks. Oh, but look at Salt Spreader going on in with the Zenith Blade. Bubble's going to go a little wide. He's trying to get out, but the Zyra Stranglethorn's going to be there to knock him up, and Karma Divine will find the kill. As now, PVE going to be down 1 member. Looking to go on to this dragon in the next 30 seconds. TP going to be coming in as well, too, from both top laners again. Rowan is going to be here first. Caught up by the Jinx traps. They will at least navigate around them, but even 4v5, PVE are still pushing these members of NSG off. Bubble going to be down for the next few seconds as well. Mako still getting some poke off. Dallas clearing out the vision in the pit. They will have Salt Spreader coming back real soon, and he will have the Solar Flare available as well, too, so by the time this dragon is up, we're going to have a straight 5v5 regardless of that earlier catch by NSG. Let's see. It's on a knife's edge right now. Dragon's up. Let's see if they're going to go. Stormbringer is available. See if they're going to use it to go on in. It's going to be initiated by Melly. Big tidal wave ripping on through. PVE will find one. Look at Dallas able to take down 874. Anybody who is in the pit just taken down by PVE. A double kill for Dallas as he's getting the resets on his Viego. Don't blink because everybody just got removed from this map who's on NSG. Almost the ace. Karma Divine still trying to run to get away. But Mako going to be on the chase. 1 RK shift and nice flash from Karma, but my goodness. 10. We're seeing a little bit of what we saw there in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I think PvE rotated a little too early to the dragon, like Salt dying there. although it didn't matter because his death timer was shorter than the drag timer, it's just a little too early. Like, you guys are ahead. You don't need to worry about showing up the dragon first. You can just enter the pit and just kill them all. Even the TP by Gwen and Set were a little too early. I think there was like 30 seconds left on the drag timer before they had to do anything. Either way, PVE is just stat checking them at this point, and goodbye, Jinx.
Yeah. They think they have Dallas caught out, but the Fly sitting there invisible, waiting to take you out. We are going to see this Herald trying to be taken here by Rowan, but no one's stolen away. Rowan's in some major trouble right now. The Conqueror stacks are propped now. In comes his team. Stormbringer, though, going to be able to get the shutdown. Solar Flares there, slows down 874, but not enough to get him into True Shot Barrage range. But Mako going on that killing spree. Stranglethorns will knock up Salt, but on the back line, Dallas with this Viego is just finding some crazy kills here. Caught out by the Root. And PVE will retreat back into the jungle.
Yeah, I think this game's pretty over. I don't think there's anything NSG can do at this point. Their champions are just worse.
And it's
like, how are you gonna beat them?
It's crazy to think of something like that. Look at Dallas. Like, the fact that you can just walk around and do this with the champion, and there is no answer. There's no answer at this point to do anything about that. Makes it incredibly difficult, incredibly frustrating, and incredibly hard to, stay positive in these series when that's the hand that's being dealt to you. So NSG really having a tough time with this PVE draft, and really PVE just showing the strength of these S tier, the Gwen, the Viego, really popping off this game.
I mean, Gwen, Viego, both like top 3 champions in the game, right? Like in their respective roles right now. Ezreal, just a really strong power pick in general. Twitch, AP Twitch is a cheese pick, but super good at this level of play, which I think so. And Leona's always a solid, frontline, does a little bit of everything. She tanks, she can solo the enemy AD carry at times, a lot of CC. So yeah, I think it's just kind of a draft diff.
2 Divine Sunders as well on the side of PVE. One there, 874 will have one himself, but yeah, that Ezreal was really starting to do damage, and Mako hasn't even died this game yet, so really doing well on that Ez. Top, we're gonna see a little bit. I say top, it's in the bot lane, but it's both the top laners down there. Anyways, doing a little bit of trade out for that tier 2, but you do have 874. Bouncing around this jungle is... look at that. It's a big old tidal wave. Super Mega Death Rocket's going to be coming through as well, too. But the poison ticking on down to Fly. Gonna find one. Can he find the Nami? Yes, he can! Oh, my goodness. That is devastating for NSG. And if I was PVE, I'm looking at this timer. 20 seconds till Baron. Might as well get your resets off and go straight for it.
Yeah, I remember when Twitch used to be considered like a somewhat difficult champion. I don't know, not so much anymore.
Rivari might be in a bit of trouble, like a lot of trouble down here. Stormbringer, wait a second.
Bro.
He takes down one. In comes the Set, who was stolen away by Dallas, and he finds one, but Rowan. Okay, he's healing up off the red buff. Playing with fire here, but again, stat checking with champ diff. That is just insane. Absolutely insane to me. That you can just get away with this on Gwen.
I think if it was any other champion, he dies there, but no, it's Gwen.
Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. Well, top lane's about to go down to tier 2, taken by Mako there. As this mid lane is the next target. Salt is pretty damn far up and will retreat to the safety of his team. And again, DeFly just waiting. He catches one person out. Yeah, rat-a-tat-tat. There's the ult. True Shot Barrage as well, too. Oh, my goodness. And now over the wall comes Mako. Blast Cone will send Faz back to safety of his team, but where is safety, really? 10.
I think anywhere in your base right now, but even that's going to become quite unsafe in the near future.
Oh, boy. I mean, Shelly's walking down the mid lane right now. We'll probably get a charge off on the tier 1 on PVE's side, but this Dragon is on the board. Vari slowly melting this one down. 874 is on the other side of this. Did spot out Salt Spreader, but enough to delay him from going for a steal. Infernal gonna get picked up here by PVE. They're on Soul Point right now.
just what you wanted, Griffin Infernal Soul.
I did honestly. When it comes to team fights, if they weren't explosive already enough, they become even more explosive. But you know, it does give a chance. If NSG for some miracle reason were able to find the Infernal Soul, that would be their ticket back into this game. But I just don't know what kind of options they're going to be left with at this point. 22 minutes in this game. It's a 10k gold lead, 4 towers to none, 20 kills to 8. Makes it so hard to even look for an option back into this. Tier 2 on the bot side, getting chunked quite heavily there by Rivari. As Baron's on the board, they could potentially look to just do it here. As there goes the tier 2 bot tower. Dallas looking for something more. Going in with the flash. Answered back by Faz, but that's going to be the heartbreaker on in. Can he get the reset? Yes, he can. Looking for more. Dodges out of the bubble, but a little too deep on that one. Now 4 members on the bot side going after Rivari. I would think just to go Baron right now, but PVE maybe not on the same page for that. They're going to lose 2 members and... Oh, to fly, buddy. What was the flash? He's getting jumped on immediately, locked on down. Will he be able to find one? Yes, but PVE lose 3 and give a bunch of shutdowns over to NSG. So,
yeah, I mean, I think they're just disrespecting NSG at this point. Like, their champs still do damage, guys. Like, it's not like you're immortal. I don't think that really does too much. Like, they're still up 9k gold. They just gave away around 2,000 gold and they're still up 9k. So, yeah, no, I wouldn't be too worried if I was PvE.
As
They
long
can
as
just
they
pick
don't do
themselves
that
up and go Baron.
again, like twice. I think they have another one probably in the pocket there to say, okay, we can be a little bit goofy here, but I'd rather they they just play it out clean and don't. There's no need to risk it, right? There's no need to risk it, but. You know what? Number one important thing here, the lesson we got to remember for all nights. We're here to have some fun. And PvE is definitely doing something crazy with this fun. I don't know how much fun it is for NSG to be taking what PvE has been doing to them in these past couple of games, but they got to return to what they were doing in game 1 though. And I don't know why that
just casually soloing Baron. Not very successful though.
No.
Finally has the help.
Lies here, Salt Spread is showing up to do a little bit of tanking himself, and you know the Super Mega Death Rocket is available, but I don't. They have no idea, absolutely no idea.
Yeah.
Baron's gonna be just absolutely grabbed up here by PVE. All 5 members wearing the buff as well too. Could potentially see an end siege here, or at least siege. Get an inhibitor. Set yourself up for the Infernal Soul. Look at the fly though. Rat-tat-tat though. Good night. Good night, Faz. That is the power of the rat in a hat. Kind of speechless, Tin. That's.
I mean, there's not much to say.
That's rough.
They're getting season 11. That's all I can say.
In the wise words of the Crown Prince of the Fire Nation, that's rough, buddy. That's. There's just nothing you can do. But I mean, yes, control wards, but there comes a point where that is all he needs to do. He walks up with the ult and could say, hold on, take a look at what the cooldown is on it. 90 seconds. So every minute and a half, he can do
Someone
that.
dies.
Yeah. Oh, jeez Louise. Well, 25 minutes into this one, ladies and gentlemen. 23 kills to 11 for PVE. 6 towers to none. And up 11k gold. Well, let's call it 10.5. It's about 10.5k gold up. This is very tough for NSG.
Yeah, they're just really not doing anything with their Baron buff. Like, Push just recalled when they had a huge wave coming in mid. And so did, I mean, Gwen just tanked a ton of damage from Zyra for no reason at all. So I think at most they'll get like an inhib turret, unless they force a fight.
Oh, and while we're waiting too, just got an update from the Mint captain here. Mint 3-0 over RFG, going to semifinals next week against the winner of BSG versus TCR, which is also being played out tonight. So, all very exciting to see these teams. What are semifinals? A little preview into what our semifinals is gonna look like. So, congratulations to our Mint squad making their way forward. But let's refocus back into this one here and check out what's going on, because the Fly just finds the back line. He finds one. Stranglethorns will come through, and they will just blow up this Twitch. But Dragon is being taken right now. 874 has to look for the miracle still, but Dallas already looking on him, able to take him down. Mako going on a rampage. Tidal wave is going to be coming through, but fast is slowed down by that exhaust, caught out by the two-shot barrage, has nowhere to go at all. NSG is just going to be ripped apart here, tossed on back. Feed him to the Sharks. Melly is going to have to flash away, but beautiful Zenith Blade by Salt Spreader to find him out. Rivari locks that one down, and I believe that's just going to be the game right here. They have a few more moments left on this Baron, which will at least help them clear it through the inhibitor, but I think this is all over, Tin.
I invested my 9k points very well.
Oh, Mako looking for some more at the end, dodging around these plants here. One's going to get blocked up, but on the Nexus they go. PVE looking to clean this one up, send us to match point as they find game number 3 and are now up 2-1. Oh my God, Tin. Oh my goodness.
I would say this is 2 hard stomps in a row by PVE. It's like a lot of draft diff, and I think PV cleaned up their act from game 1. They're finally playing as a team, grouping for the objectives, actually like respecting the early game of the enemy team. So I think next game PV should probably be able to close out the series there. I don't see it going to game 5.
I mean, it would take a lot from NSG here. I mean, and just this is not speaking towards like drafter. They just based on like overall momentum and mentality going into a game 4. Game 1 went 44 minutes. It was pretty close. There was back and forth between these two guys, right? In the end, it was NSG who came out on top, just playing a little bit smarter overall. But the past 2 games, I don't know, Tin. PVE are bringing out some extremely strong picks and just absolutely decimating NSG, and a lot of it comes down. I mean, game 2 we saw a lot of it come down from the Wombo combo, but this was just a Viego and Gwen show. Absolute Viego and Gwen show. Look at the damage coming in too. DeFly also did it gets to a point too where, okay, our main concerns are Gwen and Viego, but what about the Ezreal and Twitch running around dealing absurd amounts of damage? Viego did the 4th most on PvE, followed by the Ezreal, then the Twitch, then the Gwen. So it's insane to me. With there being so many threats, going into this game 4, what is going to have to be a prio band here for NSG? But
yeah, I mean, if you're PvE, like you're loving this situation. You got rid of the Anivia and the Hecarim, which were the only problems that you seem to have faced in the first game. NSG, like, what are they going to ban now? They got rid of Camille, they got rid of Yone, they got rid of Echo. How are they going to get rid of Gwen and Viego and Ezreal? And I guess Twitch now too. Salt Spreader's played Leona in 2 games in a row, and he's performed really well both games.
Yep.
Do you want to take that away?
yeah, that game 2, maybe a little bit of a warm up, but those Zenith Blades were just on point. The flash Qs too to make sure no one was getting to defly. Salt was playing really well in that Leona, and that was what I was kind of talking about. Attack or defense mode. You can one of those supports that you can do that, like the Nautilus as well too, which can be really good for PO, really good for keeping someone safe. But if you gotta go, you can go. But we'll run it to break. We'll get ready for game number 4 here, ladies and gentlemen. Tokens have been handed out, but we will see you back here in just a few short moments, so make sure to get ready for this next one. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LAS Premade quarterfinals. We have got our series still underway, and we're about to hop into game number 4 here. PVE are currently up 2-1. NSG took game number 1, but PVE taking game 2 and game 3 there. Is going to be interesting to see what this draft is going to look like, what the bans are going to look like, because there is a lot of stuff that PVE have been bringing out tonight that is just really tough to deal with. Hello, Bliss. I see you there in chat. Love you too, buddy. Anyways, guys, we're going to hop into draft for game number 4 of the night. So I'll give these guys the ready check here. We can get this one fired up, and let's see what it's going to be here. If NSG can pull us back to that game 5 and we can hear those lovely silver scrapes, or if PVE are going to take it right now and continue their march forward to continue their defense on being those defending champions. So let's see what it's going to be. Let's flip it on over to draft. Whoop, there we go. All right. Draft for game number 4. Tin, there's a lot that NSG need to be taking off this board. There's no easy way of saying it. There's so many good picks that PvE brought out tonight, but what is going to be the must bans here?
I have no idea, man. Honestly, but if you're the side of NSG, you just want to ban champs that beat the stuff that you're looking to pick. PV being blue side means they can have first grab at the Hecarim if they really want it again. NSG can try to like force a trade, leave 2 power picks up, let PV have 1 and take the other. But honestly, I think PV's happy with any picks this game. They play all the OP champs.
It's scary though. It's scary. What is the answer? What do you do to deal with what PvE has been doing to you? I mean, Viego, Gwen, Yone, there's 3 bans, but you still have a Twitch to deal with. There's still Ezreal that's potentially on the board. PvE have the B1 pick, so they could simply just scoop up the Hecarim once again too and just deny that further from NSG. So I'm a little bit worried right now for these members of NSG and what their answer is going to be in this draft to dealing with this very scary PvE squad.
Yeah. NSG's kind of having a draft nightmare right now. Do you let them have Gwen, Yone, Viego, Camille, Echo? There seems to be no good answer.
Oh boy. All right. Well, I'm just reiterating side selection for NSG. 2, 2, 4, 4. PvE. Yeah, so side selection, it's 1-3-5 for the home side team, which is NSG tonight, since they were the higher seed coming in, and games 2 and 4 for PvE. So this is PvE side selection, and right away, hopping into the bands, or the pick and bands here for game number 4, 10. Olaf taken off the board. They do not want to see 874 with that in his hands. I would assume probably in a Nivea ban again, but Karma,
Nope.
you did mention that, yeah.
They will probably ban the Anivia and take the Hecarim. Yep, they're banning it. They
Wow.
can't, but they're that scared of the enemy Hecarim. And then they take Mordekaiser away instead of Anivia.
Really?
Okay. I think because Echo is actually good into Anivia, so if NSG doesn't ban Echo here, PV is just fine with taking it into Anivia.
Could do that as well too. They could also B1 the Viego here, B1 the Gwen here. The
They banned
Twitch. The Twitch is gonna go.
Really?
Okay.
That was an R5 last game. I don't think PV would pick it this early.
Don't get me wrong. Defy is very scary on the Twitch, but there it is. Viego, B1. Might as well do it. It's super strong. It worked really well for them last game. There it is. Right off the bat.
Yeah, I
And that
don't
makes
know.
you think, right? If NSG don't pick Gwen here, PV are just going to simply run it back. And what's even scary is the fact that they could pick up Gwen. There's still a Yone on the board, so they could say, I would say probably not for B3. They could say that for later on and still keep the guys up of the flex picks. So honestly, if Gwen's not picked up here, I would probably just see Gwen, Leona as the next things here. But I think they We're a little bit late on that as
Okay, so they say Anivia's the pick, and their other pick, they're just shuffling through right now.
I can make an Nivea appear on the board, which is fine.
Okay.
Nivea. There we go.
For Anivia Ash, they go for the 2 glacial comp.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's good slow. I mean, that's kind of what you needed to that last game, was slow these guys down in the track. So,
Yeah, I mean,
could be an answer.
I think PvE can just pick Echo here, and Anivia's kind of not having a great time. Ooh, they snipe away one of the Freljord champs. This could be a Sejuani top. We don't know.
I don't know, honestly. I haven't seen her anywhere else except for jungler. She's just so solid for making ganks, especially once she has her her ult up. It makes it very scary. But talking about rotations, Salt Spreader's Alistar coming in too. I expect him to probably have something like the Hex Flash running, and he's gonna make himself very comfortable in Mako's lane, probably making a few visits here and there.
So PvE's draft is a little interesting. If I was NSG, I'd just take Trundle, R4, because Alt Sedge, Alt Alistar, steal all their stats. It's also a Mord angle. If Melly wants to play the Mordekaiser, I think both are good options. And then Gwen is still up as well, obviously.
But the Mord was banned out earlier, but we do see the Echo getting taken off the board, so that is going to be one of the threats you were talking about to that Anivia. Going to be removed. I'm curious to see if Karma Divine is going to be taking that Electrocute once again, like we saw in Game 1. Malphite going to be banned out. That's, that's fair. No one wants to deal with the Malphite.
He plays Silas. You don't need to ban Malphite.
I honestly, no, I would have saved it. Honestly, that's what I was thinking too. Save the Malphite for your last ban. See if they ban out Silas. Force them to ban out Silas. You got a Gwen there.
Yeah, and Gwen does fine into Malphite. Silas does fine into Malphite.
Gwen's still up, though.
Gwen is still up. NSG doesn't have any picks into Gwen as far as I know. Like, I think their best chance at beating Gwen is picking Gnar. I don't know if Melly wants to pick Gnar again after what happened in game 3, was it? No, 2.
Game 2, yeah, that Gnar.
Yeah, so I think he's really just left with Gnar and Set right now to pick. He gets to choose one or the other. If I were him, I'd just take the Gnar, but Silas is up, so you probably have to R5 that. Right now, they should be picking their jungler. I think Trundle is their best bet, for sure.
I mean, it's definitely not a bad op, but yeah, like you said, the Gnar comes in, you pick Silas again. They pick up, was it what we saw last game? The Set, you answer with the Gwen. So, I mean, PvE still has the answers, but they will hide it for a little bit, give the counter to Melly this time, as Mumu will get locked in as the R4. Ezreal coming through once again.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, now PvE has to make a decision. Is it jungle Viego? Is it top Viego or mid Viego? Where is everything going?
Here's how that Viego matches into the Anivia. That'd definitely be interesting to see, but
I think he hard loses because he just gets really outranged. Okay, so it is Viego mid.
and a Kled. I haven't seen Rowan's Kled since I think Fall Split. When he was in one of the playoff games as well too, so that's gonna be a fun one to watch. Which means I'm thinking that's a Viego mid. I would.
Melly should pick a tank right now. They are full AD.
Oh boy.
Goes for Urgot.
Okay.
It's an off. It's a bruiser, but it still builds armor. So not bad. I don't know. Is Mundo disabled? Because if Mundo is enabled, I think he does fine into Kled.
I think Mundo is allowed now.
Okay. Oh no, never mind. He gets rolled by Kled. I am wrong.
Never the mind.
Yeah, never mind.
Well, I don't know. Just initial thoughts about these two drafts on paper, Tin. What do you think? Pick that brain of yours.
I like NSG's draft better for sure. It's very easy execution, very safe lanes. PvE's draft is like it's a hard dive again with the Ezreal, which is fine. Ezreal's just a strong pick in general, but it's not really good into NSG's comp. NSG's comp wants you to go in on them. You got a Nivea to just wall people off. Ashe has her ulti. Swain can just drain everyone, and then Urgot's just gonna be Urgot and Amumu can just do whatever they want. So, not as clean of a draft from PvE this game.
Maybe not, but they still have a Viego, and there's a lot of good souls to be stealing out there, if I do say so myself. So, surprised they didn't just go the Gwen again up here, but I guess that was more just watching it. I don't know how the Gwen fares up against the Urgot. It's been a while since I've seen an Urgot out here, but it's not completely foreign to us. I mean, it makes for some really good. You can get some interesting trades off with him, but the Scarl can be just so annoying. If you can get that remount, especially in those extended trades, which you usually end up seeing with Urgot, makes it very, very tough to actually finish off a kill, you know? Like, yeah, you might be able to force it back. You might be able to get him out of lane. But to actually get those kills, which are going to be very important here for NSG, don't know how this one's going to shake down.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, Clyde does have the advantage over Urgot in lane. And Nivea beats Viego in lane, I'm pretty sure, and then bot lane seems super uninteractive for Ezreal. Like, Ashe and Swain should just be able to poke out the Alistar. So, I mean, I think NSG wins this draft, but I don't know. PV has the momentum going in, so I really don't know.
Too. That's, you know what, we might have one team on paper that's looking pretty good here, and yeah, you know what, we'll give NSG that. They drafted a little better this game, but you still have to deal with a Viego.
Yeah,
and he's still extremely strong, and you know what, yeah, as this game goes on, you might get a little bit of tankiness coming in, but I would expect him just to be looking for that Anivia. Then you have a wall to block anybody chasing you in if you're the Viego in the Anivia Soul. The stun as well too. I mean, there's a lot of great stuff you can steal away, but we are seeing these teams lock on in here, which means predictions are going to be open in just a few seconds, my friends. So make sure to get those channel points ready. Let us know who you think is going to win game number 4 here. Will it be PVE? Will it be NSG? It's do or die here for NSG. It's tough. It's tough to call because you bring up some good points. Yes, the draft is better, but having that momentum, having the overall series tempo, especially after those past 2 games, you know, it's got to be a lot of questions that NSG are asking themselves going into this one, like who we need to focus. What's our macro going to be looking like? Because that, you know, overall is where NSG found their success in game 1, was getting the macro going, but PvE have just looked so strong in every single fight. Well, I would say 90% of the fights. It's just really tough to deal with.
and then again they have a full AD comp into Amumu who can build full tank, and then even Urgot can go like Brambles, Ninja Tabbies, whatever he needs.
This is also true. Unless we see to fly on something like APS Real, I mean, not. I don't know how viable that is currently compared to his Divine Sunder build, but you know that might be something to think that PV is thinking right now after they realize, okay, we're all AD right now. We need to maybe mix up a little magic damage in here. But either way, if they can pick off the Anivia and the Ashe, that is a lot of the damage removed right off the board. So I don't know. I can't call this one, Tid. We just gotta let this one play out, because who knows? We might be seeing a game 5 later on tonight, but the way PvE has played in the past 2 games, they're not going to make it easy for NSG to get there. And just thinking about how this game is actually going to go, you know what? Mumu does provide a lot of gank opportunities, but so does Sedge. And I think, you know, what we were talking about back in game 1, focusing up on that top half in the earlier ganks. If Dallas is able to pair up with Rivari and get the Sejuani passive off as well too, just makes things really, really nice to lock down that Urgot. Curious to see how this mid lane is going to go. I've never seen the Viego versus Anivia matchup before. As long as Karma can land those stuns onto Mako, he should be okay. But Mako is pretty aggressive in that mid lane. Bot lane, I would say the early would be a little favored actually for NSG, getting the slow from the Ash volleys, along with the Swain being able to pull anybody back who CC'd, or just being able to land those roots a little bit easier. I think that is going to be nice for that bot lane for them. But depends, because if you end up getting pushed in, it wouldn't be too hard for Dallas to come roaming on down. The Kled ult too, once they hit level 6, might see a little bit of a party in that bot lane.
Yep, I mean, honestly, I think NSG just needs to chill. Don't be too worried if you're a little bit behind early. Just wait for the item spikes to come in. Wait for a Moo, and you're about to get insanely tanky. And just play the fight slow. You guys have really strong disengage and also really good re-engage. I think if they play this one smart, they can force a game 5 for sure.
We will have to see, my friends, but with that, we are going to be cutting to a quick break while teams and both you casters here get ready to go on to the Rift. So make sure to keep getting those predictions in. You got about, how much time do we see on this now? Doesn't actually show me, but it does probably say for you guys out there. I'm thinking about less than 2 minutes now, so get those predictions in. Let us know who you think is gonna win game number 4 here. But we will see you on the Rift in just a few short moments. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LAS Premade quarterfinals. We're hopping into game number 4 right now. Currently, PVE lead 2-1. And with side selection, they're going to be starting off the blue side. But it seems we have 2 teams wanting to do some shenanigans here, Tin. As both of them stacking up and try, but NSG rotating up through the top half of the map there. We're going to...
Yeah, I think PV should be able to go in and get some vision. Obviously, they don't know where NSG is, but yeah, NSG's just getting free vision right now. And I think them knowing that none of PV have showed, that PV is also stacking somewhere around the map.
Minions have
So
spawned.
they will get that vision, but not too much information. Well, I mean, you get a little bit of information. No, Sejuani's not starting blue. But again, that leads into the point, or is she starting blue?
Oh,
Question mark
no,
on
I
that.
think they're just asking Kled to check if the enemy's stealing it. Yeah.
We will get spotted out on that ward though, so actually two blues from NSG on that blue buff. Anyways, buffs are getting started up here. We're gonna see another Ocean to start this one off, and that will be up in about 3.5 minutes. So let's see, honestly, with NSG being on the red side here, if they're going to be prioritizing that a little bit more. I think in these early levels, they do have a bit of an advantage with their bots and junglers combined. I have to keep a close eye on this one, as Salt is going to get hit up by that root. The electrocute coming through, and decent amount of poke actually coming down onto this Alistar. Luckily, he does have a passive that just will heal him once the fly hits enough minions there. So as long as they can play safe, that sustain is pretty nice to have on such a tanky character.
Yeah, I think the Alistar pick's gonna be it's gonna suffer for the majority of the early game. There's really not much he's gonna be able to do. We do see both junglers pathing towards top though, so maybe if there's gonna be a skirmish, or Mumu's just gonna sacrifice the top scuttle to trade the bot one.
Yep, and I don't know if they saw the vision on Dallas as he rotated there, but Dallas saw the wards go down. So they know there was some vision going on there, but Mako needs to watch out in this mid lane. They are about to give him a little visit as 874 looking for it right now. Will land those, land the Q. Bandage toss is what it's called, but flash for flash, Mako makes it out alive. No kill going to be picked up there, but knowing the Viego's flashes right now, expect to see the Mumu back there in the next 5 minutes.
I don't think Mako could have expected that gank, because I think everyone expected Mumu to path topside, so if Mumu was going to gank, it would have been from the top jungle. So, sneaky pathing by the Mumu there. Traded flash for flash, I guess that's kind of worth.
Not too bad. I mean, Mumu's got his bandage toss there to close the gap as long as he can land it there. It does become a little tricky with those champions who have those dashes, so as long as he can predict as long as he can get in range once the Mumu has 6-2, Curse of the Side Mummy becomes not too hard to land, but this bot lane of PVE, as expected, having a little bit of a rough time here in these early lanes, getting pushed on in. We expect maybe a rotation here. Dallas is harassing mid out a little bit. Electric going to be coming down as well, too. The Mumu is on this bot half, taking out the Scuttle, so I don't know if they can look for a potential gank here, but Dallas is going to get spotted out here. Try and get closed off, but dashes over the wall. One of the caveats of Sejuani is that Q can get you over terrain, which is really nice.
Yep, and it seems like... Did Amumu get that scuttle? Yes, he did. Okay, so he gets a second early scuttle of the series. Dallas looking for a gank. I don't think it's possible.
Ooh, I don't know. The cleanse comes through maybe a little bit late, and the TP is actually going to be interrupted up there, which means Dallas looking to go back in right now. 874 trying to follow up, but Dallas gets first blood. Wolfie X is going to get the trade back onto Dallas, trying to follow in something else. Salt Spreader goes down, but followed soonly after by 874. DeFly picks himself up a kill, and all the chaos going on there ends up being a 2-for-2. And Rivari, oh my goodness. Messi, you just got to step up. Go get him, man. Come on.
To proc Scarl. If Clyde just hits one ability, one auto.
Oh, Melly catches him out trying to back here. That is very unfortunate, but well done by Melly. Not being afraid to step on up and look for those kills. So 3-2 right now for NSG as, oh my goodness, they are, look at Melly is in not the place you want to be. He's trying his best not to attack anybody, but I believe he's just going to be dead here. They're trying to give this kill on over to Mako here, but can they do it before he gets into the range of the tower? Going to have to do it. Salt Spreader is unfortunately the last one to touch. Yeah.
But I mean, that's worth if you're NSG. You get a free dragon, and they invested so many resources topside just to get a kill on an Urgot who already solo killed the Kled.
That's pretty true too. So that's kind of smart of Melly, just barely staying out of the range of Mako. because any kills on that Viego this early on are going to be beneficial to this PVE squad. So at least, you know what, if you're going to die, you give it to the support. Minimize losses, but NSG also pick up the first dragon of the game, which is going to be really nice. We also saw Ocean, no, it was Ocean Cloud to start last game. This time it's Ocean Mountain. Something deep inside of me is screaming Cloud Soul, but I would love for it to be Infernal either way.
Well, Ezreal's in a decent spot. I don't like that he picked up cooldown boots this early. It's just such a lack of damage for 950 gold. He could have got a Sheen or, yeah, like I think Sheen would have been a much better buy there.
Definitely would have helped out with that early poke, but right now sitting with this tier, I think just leaning into playing a little bit more passive. And still though, if he's able to land a WQ, that still hurts quite a bit. They're actually looking to go in again. Oh, a little bit of a bonk away from the Swain, but lands a headbutt on to this Ashe. The Pulverize comes through, and that's going to be some beautifully done CC by Salt Spreader. One more shot to clean it up. The Fly going to find that one. And you're putting more gold on this Ezreal very early on into this game, which is exactly what you want, but Rivari might be in a little bit of trouble. Up in this top lane is 874 looking to come on in. Skarl simply gonna dash away. Well, Kled simply gonna dash away on Skarl. Skarl's doing the real run in here. Let's be honest. Nothing found up top, while 2 are gonna be lost down in the bot lane for NSG. Now 5-3 for PVE. Still a little bit of trading going on between these two guys, but I think the next big fight is going to be going on around this next dragon. 3 minutes away from that mountain.
Yeah, and I think PV's already up already up about 2k gold, so they should be in a solid position to get prio for this next dragon. Kled slightly losing the 1v1s up there against Urgot. Urgot did opt for the early team out, which I don't like because it means you just hard shove the wave no matter what you do. Oh, Mako in a tough spot here. Should be able to get out.
Should be fine, yeah. Just simply walks it on out, gets into his shadow, and will at least have the extra mobility to get away from any range of bandage toss coming through here. I do have some trading up in this top lane. Melly is getting chomped down right now. Those Conquer stacks are coming through from both, well, sorry, not both ends, because it's press the attack on Urgot. Kled charge is going to be used as well, too, and not going to be able to quite finish that one on off. As, I don't know if they know Salt Spreader's up in this top lane right now, but True Shot Barrage coming out to try and weaken this lane up, this wave up a little bit.
It's half of his HP gone.
Oof. A lot of damage coming. Tin, did I not call it? Did I not call it? Look at the Ezreal build just for a second. Just take a peek. Just take a peek.
Oh, AP Ezreal.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is why True Shot Barrage just did so much.
Yeah,
this
I mean,
early
that
on.
does explain a lot about his damage. I mean, I guess it makes sense because they're full AD.
Yep.
I mean, I haven't seen AP Ezreal in ages, so.
It's definitely been a minute right now, but Defly's taking a decent amount of damage. Needs to watch out for this Crystal Arrow. Mako coming on in as well, too. They need to be careful. NSG flashing away from this. As Faz will stay alive for now by 874, looking to go in. Wait a minute. Oh, Curse to the side. Mummy landing on a Mako. Dodges out of that Anivia stun. Can they make it on out of this beautiful stun from the Swain? They get the root. And NSG, 4 members strong in the spot lane. Going to be able to pick off Mako there. As they make the rotation down just with more numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a bit too much of a forced play by the Viego. I think he should have seen that Ashe was already out and he doesn't have enough damage with the Merc Treads rush to one-shot her just yet. So there's some miscalculation. Does set them back a little bit. Now they're only at a 1k gold lead instead of the 2k they just had.
Top laners trading on out again as Rivari's looking to get his Conquer stack. Dallas is right around the corner too, as that's just going to be the Bola coming on out. Good night, Melly. Roverai able to pick up the kill there. PVE still sitting with that kill lead.
With that, they won't have Sedge ult for this dragon fight if they do decide to contest it at all.
Oh, look at this though, trying to go on in, flashing around the CC. The Swain ult is going to be popped. That Demonic Ascension is starting to come through. The electrocute going to be popped as well too, but Wolfie going on golden. That glacial storm is being used. Mako taking a bunch of damage there from it. Oh, but he's still able to find the Swain. Did he get the reset? Just barely not able to get the reset on the soul. Comes very close, 1-1. So they will trade mid for support.
Kled griefed them really hard there. He had ulti and TP. Didn't use either of them to win that fight for them. Super greedy by Rowan, so not really sure why he held those. Now with PVE down 2 dragons, like, the game's gonna look a little hard for them.
Yeah, and it's tough too because both TPs are up from Mako and Rivari, so I think it would have been a little risky to try and double TP into that one and try for a steal at that point. It's just let him have this dragon. We have another Infernal on the board though, Tin, which is going to be very, very spicy for us. Very much looking forward to that. Keep an eye on top lane though, because Salt Spreader is looking for the roam. Gets the control ward down too, so knows he's at least safe for now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they should be putting too many resources in the top lane. Like, you want to get this Viego ahead if anything. Kled being ahead, I don't think scares anyone on NSG.
Trying to keep an eye on what Ezreal is building right now. Is he going into
like
Leandri's? Yeah.
It is looking like Leandri's.
Yeah,
I guess that kind of makes sense. They have quite a few health stackers on their team. Even Anivia gets a bit of HP from Everfrost if that's what she builds.
You're getting some good chip damage, even just a Mystic Shot's enough to rock that, so. Nice, Mako taking a little bit of damage there. I know Salt is definitely looking for it, but that electrocute is definitely starting to hurt just ever so slightly here. You have Wolfie rotating into the mid lane, looking for something here, but Dallas potentially looking for this this Herald as should be able to take the scuttle, no problem. But pretty tame right now in the past couple minutes. We are passing that 13-minute mark, 7-5 for PVE. Dallas is going to get spotted out in this top lane, but no towers quite yet, even though this top is looking a little worse for wear there. Just a couple plates left on that. So if PVE are able to get a Herald here, it would be really nice to just crack open one of these towers. And again, do what they've been doing for the past 2 games. Build themselves an insurmountable lead that you just cannot come back from. Looking for right now, Dallas trying to find someone with Salt Spreader here. True Shot Barrage is going to be ripping through. Look at the massive amount of CCs being used. Curse of the Sad Mummy will slow them down, but in comes Rivari with the TP. Charge is going to be used as well too. They're trying to take down 874. Mako's joining in as well too. Mumu's going to go down. Dallas able to pick up the kill now, diving underneath the tower. Wolfie X is going to be the one jumped on, but not before they go for Melly. They're going to take him out, but Melly will be able to trade out one. Rivari takes a turret shot, comes very close to getting taken out. Oh my goodness, they will eventually clean this one up. 3 for 1 in favor of PVE, and this top tower is going to be going down too.
What a fight, and I can't believe PVE got away with that. That was super grief to go for the tower dive, but they got lucky. Dallas came out with 1 HP, so did Rowan. Managed to get back on Scarl right before the minions killed him. That's just super unlucky if you're NSG there.
That is very yeah, maybe a little greedy, but in the end they definitely benefit from this one too. So that's again just putting more gold in the pockets of PVE. They're currently up just a little over 4K at this point, and this is kind of the make it break point where PVE either takes that lead and runs with it, or if NSG starts playing into the macro, playing their game, and forcing PVE to come and essentially step out of position, because that's what we saw in game 1 is they forced the macro, they forced PVE to step up into situations they didn't want to be. Or, I mean, there were some cases where PVE put themselves in situations they shouldn't have been, but it was more of, I would give it more to NSG playing the macro. And right now, they have gotten the first 2 dragons, which is a nice start, but we really need to start seeing some focus towards these towers.
I do like that they managed to get top turret. I don't know if they got it with Herald or without Herald, but either way, they got the first turret of the game. They have another Herald coming up, which they can just take whenever they want, or they can put more focus on this dragon now that NSG's on soul point. This fight, I think, might decide the game because PvE has the gold lead, but NSG has the dragon lead, so If NSG gets this dragon, the PvE gold lead's kind of not as significant as it was.
Sorry. Just, really weird stuff going on with the token payout. Sorry. Dealing with that on the side. Coming back into this game mentally is Dallas trying to look for Karma Divine right now. Kled Charge is going to be ripping down the river right now as Rover Eye looking to wrap around on this. 874 seems to be the focus of attention here. Glacial Storm is being popped. Going to slow them down for a little bit. Flash is coming down as well too. Oh no, Rover Eye caught. Just able to climb around this wall, but look at Wolfie. He's going to be getting low as well too. Mako going invisible. Can they find it? Melly catching out this Kled. But Karma Divine going to be able to pick up the kill. So NSG currently up 1 on this. Dallas being forced to back as well too. So NSG can look to just force this dragon here, put themselves a sole point at 17 minutes, which would be massive for them. Again, you can see they're being a little hesitant here. Still watching out for this damage. The Curse of the Sad Mummy is
What are
ready.
they afraid of?
I don't know. Just go for them. Look for the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Mumu's right there. He's just going to get bonked on out. And they leave
My
the dragon.
goodness, they are actually running away from a 4v3. Sedge wasn't even there.
No, NSG, they just need to force the fight. The Mumu ulti was available. Yes, his flash isn't there, but you get a hook. Or sorry, you get a bandage on one person.
Wow. A PvE grief turns into an NSG grief, which gives PvE the dragon. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the whole play started because the Fly and Salt took terrible recalls. Dragon was spawning in 20 seconds, and they're recalling. They won't get to Dragon by the time it spawns, so PvE gets forced into a fight, loses it, and NSG, for some reason, just decided they couldn't fight a 5v3.
You gotta have confidence with those, and you can't be willing to give up stuff like that where it's a clear mathematical win, but they might be actually looking to do it to Dallas right now. Now the Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to be used, but Sejuani, probably one of the worst champions you want to see because she could just get out of it. Plus she has the Merc Treads as well too, so again, I don't know why NSG just didn't go in with the Amumu ult on that fight, so really unfortunate to see.
They have to be playing tilted out of their minds or something, because this does not make sense compared to how they were playing game 1. This is like the complete opposite.
You see the Leandry's completed though for Defly on that Ezreal, so let's see how that's gonna work out. Salt Spreader's coming on in though with the Hex Flash, and just the presence of that Cal there is just enough to say, okay, I'm done. I'll back off. Sorry. Fly looking to do some damage to this bot tier 1 here. Get some poke on to Faz there, but he's getting poked right back by the turret. The Mystic shots though. True Shot Barrage going to be coming through, not going to be able to land. Looking for that slow Arcane Shift to try and get him out, but that's going to be the Crystal Arrow. Beautiful cleanse from Defly. Perfectly timed. Oh man.
Well played there, but we're seeing how AP Ezreal is not really doing too much damage to the Ashe right now.
For now. For now.
Yeah. He's going AP Ezreal with Man Immune, so he'll have some physical damage. I don't know. I want to know what his full build's going to look like, because I am not understanding what he's trying to do.
Yeah. Mid lane though, look at this. Double ult's going to be used from Dallas and Rivari, chasing down the Nivea. Yes, she does have the passive available. Will be the Bandage Touch missed out. The Curse of the Sad Mummy is not available, so they're simply just going to chunk down this egg and smash it to bits. 874 is the next target. A Sejuani passive is going to come through. Dallas pops the W. Dallas finds the kill. Now, actually going to be double rooted here by the Swain. Demonic Ascension is going to be popped. Faz does not have that Crystal Arrow ready to go, but Messy Melly is here. True Shot Barrage will not land on anybody. Brought on in by the Fear Beyond Death, as now we got the rest of PvE rotating in to try and find this one. Stealing the Ashe Soul. Going to toss out the volley, but Melly will respect Flash out of there. Does not want to deal with it himself. PvE though, 4 for 2 in favor of PvE. Up 14-9. Have about a 4k gold lead, almost a 5k gold lead at this point. And oh boy, this is getting scary for NSG.
I mean, that fight went really well after the Anivia died, but just being at a numbers disadvantage just lost them the fight, really.
probably going to start to see in the next couple minutes just the completion of these last outer towers. Both bot and mid are looking really low right now. So, oh my goodness, though, that Anivia Electrocute just took over a third of Mako's health there. So that is nothing to scoff at for sure. But keep an eye on top lane. Salt Spreader's back again. Looking to do a little bit of something here to Melly. Bumps him on back, gets the Pulverize down, looking to get the CC down as well too. Roverai on the chase, and it's just going to be a matter of time. Yes, he's very tanky. Salt Spreader, though, you got to be careful, buddy. Got to be careful. Watch out for the Fear Beyond Death. It's not quite off a cooldown. Rivari will be able to clean this one on up as Mako dashing in and out of this one. Bull is going to be coming through, but the rest of NSG are looking to rotate on this mid lane. They'll be fine for now, maybe.
Yeah, they should be. Sedge is too tanky right now to be killed.
Seeing that as damage come through, but he's caught on out. Arrow's going to go a little wide, but he has nowhere to go. The fly gets picked off there. Dallas forced to retreat. Again, there's those moments of PVE where you can catch him out a little bit. Dallas, ooh. Also maybe playing a little over-aggressive, but take a look at the top side, Tin.
Yeah, no one's stopping Kled. I really like the Kled's build though. He's going for Sunfire. It looks like he's itemizing into Sterix, which I don't like. I think you can just get Titanic or Gargoyle Stoneplate, which are both super good on Kled right now. With the way his there's actually a bug with Kled right now where his bonus HP is counted towards his max HP. I know some top lane main did a video on it, but it's why Kled's actually playable right now. I'll see if I can find it later.
Ooh. Interesting. What else is interesting? Infernal's up. Infernal's being taken down. True Shot Barrage comes down. Look how much damage the APS is doing. And now the triple Pulverize from Salt in the backline. Melly is getting torn down by these members of PvE in the Dragon Pit. Salt will just barely escape with his life, but absolutely doing so much work in that backline to just slow these members of NSG down. PvE, yes, they lose the Dragon, but they find the ace here at 23 minutes. That is going to be devastating for NSG. Oh my goodness, and you can hear it. There goes the charge. They're going straight to Baron.
I mean, on the bright side, NSG gets the Infernal, but they're kind of put in the same situation as PB in Game 1, where they have the Soul Point, or the Soul coming up. But they're so behind in every single other aspect of the game, it might not even be enough to save them.
Well, this Baron not going to be able to contest this whatsoever. Simply going to get picked up here by PVE. So they're going to be wearing that one for the next 3 minutes. And honestly, you saw the towers going down one after another. PVE, which were on one tower, now have 4. They have the Baron buff as well too. And again, we're at that point, a 10k gold lead at 24 minutes. We're getting to that point where it's becoming mathematically harder and harder to even find your chance or find an opportunity to get back into this game. So NSG need to pull out all the stops here. Salt Spreader is on the run though, needs to get away from the Swain and should be able to do just that.
Yeah, on the bright side, you can be happy that Sejuani does have most of the gold on PvE, and you have multiple options of shredding that. You have the 2 Leandries and the Kraken, but oof, Ezreal might kill
Oh!
Yep.
That's the AP Ezreal. That's the True Shot Barrage, and that's a dead Ashe. Not much more to be said about that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well,
I'll start when Anathema's chains. Who did he connect it to? I want to know. It's not okay. It's not Urgot. It's Anivia. Okay, you put it on Anivia.
Turret has been destroyed.
She's not gonna have a great time.
oh boy. Well, in the meantime, you just talked about the Nivea not having a good time. Put into the egg mode right away, but simply just going to be taken down. Tier 2 tower is going to be next to go as Mumu trying to find something here. 874 is going to be getting low. And PVE finding kill after kill after kill. Mako going on deep, getting the resets here. All while the rest of his team just firing off from the back. True Shot Barrage is off a cooldown again. They're going to be taking a bit of Messi's health as in comes the Kled. That's going to be the charge. That's going to be next ace. This could just be the series right here, Tin. They got the Baron. They're looking to take down this mid inhibitor tower. Inhibitor's next to go. I think that's just it.
Yep, I'm seeing GG's in the chat. It looks like this could be the end. Only Anivia's up in 4 seconds. Yeah, it's not enough time. Both Nexus turrets will be down by the time her and Swain spawn.
NSG, they take game 1, but PVE back to back to back here, taking games 2, 3, and looking to finish it off on 4. Mako gets a little bit too comfortable in that fountain, but Rovari and Defly finishing off this Nexus, and that's going to be PVE taking the series.
Yep. PV with the good comeback after the terrible game 1 they played. Showing that they are the better team in the end.
Don't get me wrong, what we saw in game 1, definitely pinned that for a question mark later down the road, but after that, I mean, they were just so strong, so dominating throughout the rest of the series. And this is not to take away from NSG, they definitely had their moments there, but when it came down to getting those wombos off, a lot of this series, I would say, was very fight heavy. With the exception of that game 1, which was a little bit more focused around the macro. This was just very team fight heavy. A lot of the times we saw these clean wipes, these aces coming out around the dragons, and PvE just came out on top of those a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think by the time they got to game 4, like, it just seemed that NSG was just way too tilted to play their win con. It was pretty clear from the start that PV was the one that had to push the pace, and NSG were the ones that could just sit back and scale.
Oh boy, but that was a crazy series, man. I'm not gonna lie. We got to see some of the strength of what is happening with these champions here, and it just shows you how scary some of these S tier picks are. I mean, like come on, there's a few champions out right now that are just absolutely ridiculous, and that brings us back to that game 3, game 4, where it's just, what do you do about Gwen Viego? What is your answer to that? I don't know if there is a definitive answer for what can be done about that combo. It's just so potent. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think PV being so flexible with their draft picks and everything just made the game so much easier for them to play. It forced NSG in a terrible spot where they had to ban so many different champions and they couldn't even get all the power picks off the table.
Well, that does round out our series 10, which means player of the series is currently open right now. Well, it says player of the game. It's player of the series. That is going to be currently open for the next 5 minutes. We're going to cut the break and come back to finish out this stream. But Tin, any final words before we close things out tonight?
I think my vote for player of the series might have to go to Mako. I think he's the only player that played well in all 4 games. So, yeah, I think that would be my final vote. Roverite comes second, maybe. Yeah, that's what I think.
Well, let's watch where the votes go, but we'll cut the break. We'll be right back here in a few minutes, guys, so we'll see you real soon.
There's no time for redemption. Those flags you wave, will they hold up? Don't cry for your vengeance. It's right there to take. Oh, if you want it, the world is watching. your salvation. Those flags you wave represent them. The world is watching. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. This is your history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. So go and bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. Here's your history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive.
Did he? He played Alistar game before.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We got our player of the series voted on by you guys there in Twitch chat. And it's going to be none other than the legendary Salt Spreader himself. Coming in with a couple Leona games and finishing it off just a cherry on top with the Alistar, going 5-1-10. 5-1-10 on Alistar. That's a crazy line for an Alistar. So really good stuff. Congratulations, Salt Spreader. And congratulations to PVE on their win. They're going to be moving forward into, I believe it was the DAA versus, who was it on that top bracket again? It is escaping me, but Twitch chat, do we have any updates on these brackets? I know Mint is through 3-0. I believe BSG also 3-0 TCR tonight, so that is going to be the next matchup. DAA beat Akron X as well too, so DAA is going to be moving forward too. So, well, next week we'll have BSG versus Mint. We will have DAA versus PVE. Make sure to check out the Stream Vote channel and let us know which one you want to watch next week. But this was a crazy series, Tin, and I think we've said all we possibly could about what went down tonight.
I agree. But a great time casting with you though. It was a very fun series to watch.
Always a pleasure having you on the desk, Tin, and looking forward to what happens next week in semifinals. But as we close out tonight's stream, just a quick reminder of what's going on this week. Make sure to tune in tomorrow night at, I believe it's
Yes,
8 p.m.
sir.
EST. 8 p.m. EST. We've moved it back 1 hour. Correct?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
8 p.m. will be the start time.
8 p.m. EST. We might be having a little bit of a pre-show talk at 7:50. So make sure to tune in tomorrow night because it's LRS Premade Grand Finals. Rodham Platt, the other team on our left side of the bracket, coming on through, looking to claim finals after they were one of our finals last winter split. But this AOE squad has been looking pretty dominant. We're going to have a banger series on our hands tomorrow night. And of course, we get to see our lovely Canada playing tomorrow night too. So, good, best of luck
Yes,
tomorrow,
you do.
Tim. Best of luck
Thanks,
tomorrow,
sir.
baby.
Looking forward to it.
Me too. Me too. Anyways, guys, that's going to wrap up our quarterfinals for LRS Premade. So we'll be back next Wednesday with our semifinals streams tomorrow as well, too. So make sure to tune in there. But anyways, that's going to round us out for the rest of the night. So adieu, my friends. Until next time, have a wonderful evening. Hope you're all staying safe and healthy out there. And can't wait to be back on the casting desk next. Anyways, take care, guys. Good night.